Good evening, everyone. Live from the tip of Cock Tower Square. It's Your Ass Hurts News Network. And tonight's host, Cletus. Take it away, Cletus.
Oh, I'm not the host. I'm just the co-host. You're the host with the most.
The host with the most.
Well, I thought we would start tonight with a update from our agriculture, I suppose would be the appropriate category. The agriculture desk.
The agriculture desk. We have
the pet desk. How about that? The pet desk.
The pet desk?
The pet desk. So it came to my attention last night that, dogs, the dogs were in the floor, and so their fur had gotten intertwined, like they were opposing Velcro pieces. So I grabbed them and was trying to pull them apart, and it wasn't working. I'm like, the fuck? So I took them and thought, well, maybe they got some shit on their hair or something, and they got stuck together being morons. So I took them in the bathtub and ran water over them, and that didn't work. And then I realized that the problem wasn't that their hair was stuck together. They were in the middle of baby making.
You interrupted the dogs having sex?
Well, they were done. And the female was dragging the male all over the damn floor. And I'm like, I didn't know what the fuck was going on, because all dogs I'd ever had were only female. Anytime I'd had more than one, they were female. So, I had never... my virgin eyes had never seen the like. So I separated them.
That's when your little teacup poodle turns into a 14-inch dong. And you're wondering how these two dogs where the hell did that come from, Cletus?
Yeah, it was an eye-opening experience, to say the least.
It may in fact be that we're responsible for that with all this Cock Tower news.
It may be. It may have been the inspiration.
Well, balls aplenty. They had fun.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it was information the viewers are going to be, much fuller life. Their remaining days, it'll probably be a consideration for them to think about. Dogs stuck together, unbeknownst to a.
Yeah, if you see two dogs stuck together, flip them over before you pull them apart.
They're generally ass to ass when that happens too, when they fucking try to get apart.
Yeah. I was like, that brings a whole new meaning to break her off some.
Break it off in our ass. Oh, I'm trying. Well, I listen, folks. I went to the finger doctor today.
Yeah.
The good old finger doc. Well, he jammed it up my ass, as doctors always do when they give you that bill.
He nailed you.
Hey, he nailed me. I got nailed by the finger doctor.
Oh, me.
And the problems were, we had tornadoes all over the country, right?
Yep, we did.
Right? That's fucking tornadoes got a lot in common with blondes. Did you know that?
I did not know that. I was not aware. That sounds like breaking news.
You know something? I think this is breaking news. Science has discovered that blondes and tornadoes' commonality comes from the fact that after all the blowing and sucking stops, the house leaves with them. Cletus?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't guess technically I've got any blondes in the pile of X's. So that's why I've still got my house.
That may be why you still have your house. That's a good
That
point.
may very well be.
You know, we used to have a powerful draw up on the X, the X Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're kind of falling off a little bit over on Twitter. Something tells me that these Twitter fucks don't like to be reminded that they're just a bunch of morons. Cletus?
It could be, or it could be that they're just further gone than YouTube fucks.
They fucking YouTube, man.
Yeah.
Oh my. So what's out there today? Anything interesting? Is there Anything that deserves our undivided attention.
In terms of updates with anything that I'm involved with, no. But I did catch an interesting stream about online child predators earlier, and yeah, it got my blood boiling a little bit. Not just huh?
Who ran that stream?
Oh, our buddy, 11 plus. I mean 12 gauge.
11 plus 1.
Yeah, 11 plus 1.
He's awesome, bro.
Yeah, 12 gauge Phillips. Go check him out.
12 gauge Phillips. Definitely check him out. Look at some of his past lives, his past videos. He does offer up good information, even if he's falling asleep halfway through it.
I was going to say, don't do it first thing in the morning or late at night, or, on second thought, late at night might be a good idea in some instances. He's got a very soothing voice.
Yeah, he does. It's very relaxing.
Very relaxing.
Right? Like this, like the what do you call them people that a lie detector test person must have had for Seth?
Oh, the polygrapher.
The polygrapher.
That he may have missed his career path.
He may have been goodbye, but he could have done all the fucking nursery songs for the kids.
I'm telling you.
Right? That soothing, comforting, relaxing voice.
Yeah, my issue with the stream wasn't his stream or him. It was some of the things being talked about, because they were, it reminds me of the same problem we see on YouTube and social media, and even in fucking face-to-face interactions. That on the stream that they played the whole explanation and kind of background and gave some examples of online child predators, and then you've got these proclaimed self or otherwise proclaimed experts up there, and one jackass says, well, the police just don't have proper training. And then they switch to another jackass that says, well, we just need more police. And I'm sitting here, and when I saw that, my blood got boiling, because I'm like, no, the police training or the number of police is not the fucking problem. So you can go and track these guys down, and you can arrest them. You can put them in prison, only for them to get out of prison within a few years, and then them be protected and put and labeled by these other fucking nut jobs that think that they're, they should be protected and they should be labeled as a special interest group or some shit. When at the end of the fucking day, the problem is, the reason it's such an abundance of that problem is because nobody does what should be done to set examples on what happens when you do bad shit.
Right. There are no consequences that are even close to equivalent to the crime you're committing.
And they pointed out that the average predator has 250. It preys upon 250 people if they're not caught.
Is that even possible, man?
Right. That's exactly what I thought, and I got more and more angry when I heard that, because I'm just sitting here thinking, now there's if there were only one in existence, that's 250 people that would be impacted, because we're too fucking afraid to take somebody that's doing wrong in society and drag them out in the street and do what we used to do before we fell to shit.
Well, it's not that this is our problems are magnified now, mainly because they get reported, and and then then the fucking public opinion of the fucking 5.62 billion fucking morons on the internet go even further with it. But that's one thing. That's something that's been with us a long time. And consequences don't always fix things, but sometimes consequences feel good. You know what I mean? It's like you molested my child. Well, okay, here you go. And you chop pieces of the person off. You might even saute him and feed him back to him. Who knows? Maybe it'll grow back. I don't know. I can't say. Cletus?
Well, the thing that, I didn't like the direction that it was heading, because they were asking a lot of people and of what the solution would be. And what bothered me was their answer was the same answer I would have give hell a year ago or 2 years ago or however long. It hadn't been that long since I kind of changed my mind, but It was, well, let's just get rid of the internet. and every one of them. But yeah, I think it would be a great idea, but we know it's not a practical solution.
Well, it's not going to fix pedophilia.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Is technological advances are nothing new.
Yeah.
When the Industrial Revolution happened, right? That opened up the doors to the world becoming a way shittier place in terms of criminal and how fucked up we are. No,
Sure.
you know,
It
I
gave
mean,
people a getaway car to fucking drive-by shootings and.
But I would contend that one of the reasons you know a lot of the problems that we have now weren't as bad back then as they are now is because there were actual fucking consequences to actions.
I don't know if that's, I'm going to disagree with you there. You had Al Capone, you had all those gangster shootings and machine guns in the streets, and everybody thinks that these problems are new, and they're not. I think maybe now there's 8 billion people, so the odds of the problems becoming magnified are 8 billion times fucking more possible.
So you
back
you increase the possibility of the problem and you reduce the consequence.
That's true. That too. If the consequence were sterner, people would either be a lot more clever or they would be doing it much, much less.
Right.
Like a politician gets caught being corrupt. His entire fortune, including everything belonging to his wife and kids, gets confiscated and given to the fucking poor. That'll teach him. Right?
Use all that tax money to actually do some good instead of
padding the pockets. If they're caught laundering money with companies that they create out of thin air because they said the climate is in desperate fucking need of repair, and all of these fucking climate companies open up. Well, if you're caught in cahoots with any of them, all of you lose everything you ever owned. I don't give a fuck if it was inherited from 100 generations. It's gone. You just confiscate it and you dole it out evenly to people that are affected by what you did. End of story. Move on.
Yeah.
Just wipe them out. That's what they deserve. And I'm not saying hurt them, but just bankrupt them. Make them homeless. Let them trade places, right? And that's the problem. Consequences just aren't stern enough for the particular crime. I committed a crime. And the consequences were I don't think they were too bad. It was like 2 1/3 to 7 if I didn't comply with whatever arrangements were made. And it seemed commensurate with the crime, but it was a burglary. It wasn't, violence or guns or anything like that. So some crimes, I think the punishment's equal to the crime, but other times it's there's too many excuses. My mommy fucking hit me. My daddy did this, and I really don't think that doesn't have anything to do with the choices you make at fucking 35.
If it does, then maybe they should have done more. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying, these fucking soft-hearted people that think, that's why you often hear me say I don't blame my all my problems in my past, my early part of my life on the people I was around. I had a hand in it too. I mean, it wasn't like I was a puppet on a script or on a stage or they get to draw in what was going to happen next. I had a hand in it.
Well, and that's, I think, kind of my point, right? Is we cater, we become a society that caters to everybody's whinings.
Yeah, and I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that stuff. So what happened now? Seth was on News Nation today. I'm seeing in the chat room.
I think it was last night. He was on News Nation. Him and his
How did that go?
As another act of the circus. This time the ringmaster brought his PI, and she told
investigator.
She told the world all about her beliefs and feelings instead of all of the facts that she had found through her investigative work.
Wow, that's awesome. A private eye that wants to talk about themselves. Not so private, is it?
And imagine what her belief was. What her beliefs and feelings were centered around. Just take a wild fucking guess.
Chris.
And Katie's marriage.
Why is she worried about that?
Because she believes, it was either that she believes or she feels that led to Sebastian leaving.
Listen, and that can be, that there can be truth to that, but what's that got to, look at, Even let's give her credit. Okay, yeah, you're right. So where's Sebastian?
Right.
Right.
Exactly. You're basically you're coming out and saying, because I saw something tonight where she had told a news station that she was hired. So now that's a different story than retained, right? Hired, there's really no question about that. It means there's a financial transaction going on. There's some type of reward you're getting for your services. And I couldn't imagine I couldn't imagine it's anything other than money. But I've completely lost my fucking train of thought with that. Damn it.
And the money isn't the problem. It's how people interact with that money that's the problem. The money is a hapless fucking. It's like the gun. The gun just doesn't run down the road shooting people. If it's running down the road, it's in the hand of some fucking lunatic, and the trigger's being pulled.
Oh, I know where I was going with that now. So she's saying that she was hired. Now Seth is coming out and saying that all of the GoFundMe money is being used to obtain resources to help find Sebastian. So it doesn't take much rocket science to put one and one together there and come up with three. That the money the money is obviously being used to hire this lady who's coming out to the public as a private investigator to tell everybody about her beliefs and feelings about whether Chris and Katie have a bad relationship or not, and how that caused Sebastian to leave. And everybody's focusing on the fact that she believes or she feels they have a bad relationship, and nobody's focusing on the fact that she said led to him leaving.
Okay, so
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So even she believes that he left, but that's not the main point of what she's saying. And it's like, what the fuck? So now this is what all the GoFundMe money is paying for, is some other
third party
opinion and beliefs and feelings of the situation, and no fucking facts still.
Then people find their way to these third party fucking people. All should be taken and thrown into the fucking center of a tornado.
They need to work on their hand-jaw coordination,
or come up with a fix for my finger. If they did that, I'd be a little more grateful to them. You know what I'm saying? But nobody cares about my poor finger. I am not even sure I do. At this point, it's just a finger, Cletus. Just a finger.
I've never heard a grown man whine for 2 days about a damn finger, but I'm just saying.
Listen, you're suggesting I'm grown. I drink cherry pop and grape pop.
I forget you've got a vending machine filled with fruit flavored soda.
I think, and
lollipops.
I'm the male gender, and I'm old enough to be considered a man, but
I'm telling you, the more you talk out here on these social media streets, the more the closer and closer you're becoming to being labeled as a child abductor. You got a fridge full of fruit flavored soda and a sore finger. There's something wrong.
To lure them in. Yeah, to lure them in with the soda.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You got arthritis. I remember
taking my daughter to a restaurant. She identified everything by color. And they'd say, would you like something to drink? And she'd say, black pop. And really, you don't think of that soda by its color, but when you do, it's kind of gross. Right? Black pop. Who wants to drink black fluid? But we all do it every time we pick up a Coke or Pepsi. Very interesting. Butterfly will watch after. What's Butterfly going to be watching? We got Heather out there. Let me see. How many the tubes of you have got almost 40 people and no likes. They don't like us, Cletus. We're unliked.
It's okay. I do agree with the comment. Her beliefs and feelings with her mouth can get her sued for defamation. I was thinking about that. We were having a conversation about that earlier. Considering she's in a professional capacity as a hired PI, and now she's publicly stating her beliefs and feelings while doing so in a moment where she's presenting herself in terms of her professional capacity. Wouldn't that kind of be slander and defamation?
You're still entitled to your opinion, even in a professional capacity. I mean, and slander and defamation, there has to be some harm that comes your way as a result of it. Remember I said I was doxxed?
Yeah.
By one of these jerk-off creators. What's his name? That a little fucking He actually looks like a little boy, and he acts more like a little boy. I might drink soda and say some off-color jokes and shit, but there's nothing on there.
But you
T-Rev.
don't. Yeah, there you
T-Rev.
go. Yeah.
So he doxes me, and I sent him an email, and I said, if any problems occur that affect my life as a result of you doing that, you'll be hearing from a lawyer. Because, you could say what you want, but if it doesn't cause me any harm, then, what am I suing you for? For what? Because you voiced your opinion? Now, if you say something and stay after it, like these people getting people to chase this guy around, this couple around, that's right on the verge, if not qualifying for harassment, and you're going too far. But to simply come out on the news and state your opinion, that's and what I can't get beyond this. What in the fuck did these parents have to do with it, other than their association to the child?
Well,
Right?
and I would like a list of the people that Seth refers to as my team, because I'm starting to see a common denominator. And that's what I'm getting at, right? Is, everybody he associates himself with seems to come out and express their belief and feeling about the other two parents involved in this situation. And then the other people that are part of his team go and harass the shit out of him. And it doesn't help find Sebastian, but
It is kind of amazing looking at the tragedy of humanity, and that we get the most powerful fucking tool man has ever put in front of another man, and we turn it into a fucking shit show, kindergarten, fucking blah 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 blah. Where's that fucking? Hang on a second, I got the thing just for that. Keep that going, fucking 24 fucking 7. This is what you fucking jerk off on YouTube and Facebook and social media sound like. Chris Prophet, fucking guy Coburger. Unbelievable what we turned this shit into.
You forgot to say breaking news before you played that, because that's then you've got a YouTube video right there.
It's fucking incredible what people turn this system into, and it really, it's. I don't even know how people could be as stupid as they are, and I think the time for the duration that people have been doing the same shit over and over again, like, and this is in politics, and this is in true crime. It happens in fucking car forums. I was on a good show last night. I got to remember the guy's name. I went on after we did our stream, Trusted Minds or something like that, or something to that effect. And people just couldn't stay off the Palestinian-Israeli fucking topic. It's like, who gives a fuck? I mean, really, if we paid no attention to it, told our government we don't really give a fuck, and focused on something different, that conflict may not even have ever happened. But we focus our attention on shit, and we stay on there, and then we argue amongst each other over it. And it's like, okay, so you're worried about you claim Israel killed 15,000 children. What about the 36,000 children that died in the United States last year from drug overdoses? Do they fucking count at all? Apparently not.
Well, and once they get you wrapped up in the topic they want you focused on, but then they fuck up, they go back and edit the story of what happened. Like whenever Israel, launched some attacks on somewhere in Iraq, right, on an Iranian-backed base in Iraq, and then Iraqi news was reporting that it was American fighter jets that did it, and then the next fucking day it's Israel's limited response. And I'm like, oh, okay, so now that y'all got fucking caught, it's gonna be, well, it wasn't really a big deal, we threw some firecrackers at each other. That's all it was.
Unbelievable. And Israel uses fucking American style jets anyway.
Right.
So
yeah.
Unless you can actually see the markings on the plane to identify that from one nation or another, then it's going to all look the same.
I just thought it was funny how the day that it happened, it was all, hell yeah, Israel took retaliatory strikes, and the next day, it was a limited response. It was all false information.
Yeah, they only bombed a few places. Don't fucking worry about it.
kind of like what you were talking about earlier. What was it? You said Russia hit a NATO convoy in Ukraine.
Hang on, let me. Breaking news: Vladimir Putin took the advice of Sergeant Friday and blew the ever-loving fucking shit out of a NATO convoy of weapons. Cletus.
And tomorrow it'll be, what did you say, diapers and baby formula?
Yep, tomorrow that convoy will be it'll be milk, formula, and fucking antibiotics for children. But you should see the damage done, the fire, is it big. And that's exactly what Putin should do. We shouldn't be over there. Listen, I don't speak fucking Ukrainian or Russian, and those people do, right? Yep. It's their fucking problem. So at the very least, let's just let them settle their problems. And they've come up last night, and I wish people would actually spend a minute to look at when that war started and what started that war. And when you do that, you'll know that it was done under the Obama administration and that Joe Biden was directly involved in all of this shit. And that our State Department, our Department of Justice, and our fucking CIA created that war in 2014. And it's been going on ever since. And when NATO started giving money to fucking Ukraine, NATO started giving money to other countries like Moldova to cancel naval leases that Russia had on the Baltic Sea. That'd be like canceling our ability to fucking put a boat on Lake Ontario or Lake Superior or Lake Huron. Can you imagine if fucking some country instigated Canada to deny us access to the Great Lakes? What would we do? We'd fucking attack Canada in a heartbeat. That's what started this conflict. It wasn't Russia encroaching on fucking anybody. It was the Western powers encroaching on Russia. And then Russia responds, and us as a bunch of dumb motherfuckers that don't want to pick up a newspaper or look something up are all Russia, Putin's bad. Yeah, well, I'm not saying he's not, but I am telling you, he had nothing to do with starting this conflict. And if I were him, I'd have fucking bulldozed right over every fucking army base in that country when it came to the Ukraine. I would have taken their capital a long time ago. I wouldn't be fucking playing patty cake with them. I'd have Zelensky on TV 24/7. Waterboarding the guy, or pissing on him, humiliating him. These people had no business doing what they did. The Western countries had no business fucking with Russia.
And you do all that while you sip on a grape soda.
All that? No, I'm actually drinking Orange Crush. Yeah. Yeah, but it's just shocking to me that the actual facts are there for people to see, and it's so easy to understand. It's not like people are trying to get you to solve the fucking mystery of the universe. It's dates and times of when this conflict started and events that took place. They're easily found. Nobody gives a fuck. It's the same, they'd rather dig into whether Brian Coburger stole his sister's phone or not, or whether fucking Seth hit Sebastian with a belt. Well, can I just say, and I'm going to say this for all parents, okay? All parents involved. Child Protective Service did not fucking prevent access to that child to those kids, or the child to those adults. So for everybody out there judging these parents, you stupid motherfuckers, if they had done something inappropriate, the kid would have been taken out of the home from either one or both sets of parents.
Oh,
and
wait.
They didn't.
Wait. There was one fact that PI managed to dig up and put out in her update with Seth last night. It was breaking news. She said that, Sebastian went missing February 26th, right? February. Well, apparently it came to her attention that there was a DCS, Department of Children's Service, case opened on Sebastian in February, and that it appears to be restricted. So, yeah, that was something new.
Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me the government may have this child in their custody and nobody fucking knows?
No, I'm saying she figured out that the Department of Children's Services got involved in the investigation, and the case is restricted because it's an ongoing investigation, and it's related to his fucking disappearance.
Oh. So one of the CPS involvements that they're laying at the feet of the fucking Proudfoots are just naturally what would happen with child protective services and a missing child.
Well, I, the way I see it is she was either such a buffoon that she couldn't make that connection, or she was trying to play on the buffoonery of the people she's talking to make them think that there was a CPS investigation open in February that's unrelated to his disappearance.
Oh, well, how could that be if the kid's disappeared? But even if it was, I see how I understood what you said.
Yeah.
Could you imagine some fucking federal agency has this kid being withheld from the parents and they're not talking? That'd be fucking. I wouldn't be surprised, bro.
Oh,
good God.
Yeah.
I don't trust any of those agencies, and it's the people. It's not even the that's one of the things that kind of drives me nuts is America has never been what its potential has. We've never lived to its full potential, not even close. And I get a kick out of people screaming all these constitutional things, and the ignorance of it is like, okay, if all men are created equal, well, why did they say that in the midst of having slaves, right? And it wasn't because they were trying to start a war. It was because they understood the truth to that and hope that one day it would be a place that would be realized. It would be something in this country that was realized and lived by. Right. Mm-hmm. And so, you say they're hypocrites. They didn't write a document based on reality. They wrote a document for you to grow into, for you to self-actualize as the country progresses forward. And we just don't seem to have the fucking common sense to understand that. Just because it's written on paper don't make it true. And the only way you can make it true is if you all act on what's written. And we're nowhere near that. We're a bunch of fucking morons, literally. We're about as dumb can be. I think dirt has a higher IQ than the majority of the fucking citizenry on this planet.
Well, we act too much on people's whinings instead of working on our hand-jaw coordination.
Yeah, the hand-jaw coordination. They all need a good punch in the fucking face. Right?
I'm not advocating for violence, but I don't think you can make the argument against the fact that, back in times when people, confronted each other face to face, the way that shit was supposed to go down, things were a little better. You had a lot less drama. You had a lot less issues. Half of the people running around talking shit about the other half of the people behind a keyboard didn't exist, and that shit didn't happen. People would take their feelings about a situation, their emotions about a situation, and decide, is it worth potentially getting my ass whooped for, or do I just need to let it go?
Well,
but now they do all their attacks through a keyboard, and it's like, it's just craziness.
Right. And here's the other thing too, that like there's a lot of people out here I don't like. I mean, is that a surprise?
The surprise is that there are any that you do.
And that is what we call an Einstein moment, coming to you live from Your Ass Hurts News Network.
Well, I aspired to be a genius, and I arrived when I was born.
and there you have it, folks. And ever since then, he's been in a thing we call devolution.
That's right.
There's a lot of people connected to the Trump side of the things that think something about devolution, and they don't realize the word means you're regressing, you're becoming an idiot. But they've wrapped their arms around that word like it means Trump's still in charge of the government. And I say to myself, after all this that's been going on, if Trump is if what you believe is true, then he's your enemy. Fair enough?
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? If he's in charge of the government, like some of these jerk offs that were part of that Q fucking movement, and he's a behind the scenes president, then why is all of this shit going on? Warrantless fucking searches are being passed, fucking wars all over the globe. So that means he's responsible for that, right?
Yeah.
And yet all these people that were connected with that movement Q and now into this, they're still tied to it. Their willingness to forsake fact for their belief is incredible. And that's somehow that hurdle has to be fucking overcome. Because that goes for everybody on all these issues. You believe Chris is a bad guy. Well, I don't think Seth is anything. He's a fat bastard. I don't believe it. I just look at him. Right?
There's just comedy in the way you say that. That's just the fat
Well,
bastard.
he's a fat bastard. And there's nothing wrong with being a fat bastard and me pointing out you're a fat bastard. If it bothers you, then get skinny. What do you want from me? Right? I mean, you can make your observations, and there's many you can make about me, no doubt. Have at it. I'm completely welcome. Bring it on.
Like your hair is so transparent, it looks like you're bald.
The fucking baldness, man. It's funny, as you're saying that, I'm pushing hair up out of my fucking face. It fell down on my forehead. My hair actually goes all the way down to the base of my neck now. Kind of crazy. Good thing I don't have a long neck. I have to check that out. Skinny bastards are rat bastards. See? I'm a skinny rat bastard.
A skinny rat bastard.
Unbelievable, man. And then being it's funny because very little that's happened in this community wasn't happening when I was in the political community. And all these people running behind other people's backs and trying to stir up shit and these fucking schoolyard games. And they weasel their way in to get close to the fucking to the creators or whatever. Fuck, these people aren't creators. I mean, it's an insult to that fucking word. These fucking rumor mongers are what they are, right? They don't create anything but bullshit.
Circus masters.
It's not even circus masters. Like a circus fucking takes care of good animals. You know? Rat bastards and fat bastards. I scare myself every time I understand Sergeant with pure clarity. Yeah. I'd be scared too if you can relate the whole Sergeant. Ray Pearl, skinny bass. So what do we got here? Be careful. Yeah, see, I just am not. I'm not interested in anything but results and facts, and after that, anything in between, it always seems the void gets filled with things that you deserve a punch in the jaw for. Please.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and I mean, Oh, what?
Hang on, this has to be said.
All right.
I'm pretty sure it won't get back to the person I'm saying it about. Here we go. Breaking news. I was on a panel with the smartest woman I'd ever fucking heard in my life, Jennifer Hawkins, and I'm in love. Cletus?
Who is Jennifer Hawkins?
Who is this? Jeopardy? Are we playing a new game here?
No, I truly have no fucking idea.
I don't know who she is either. I don't know who she is. But she was on a panel with me last night, and I asked her, what library did you read? Because this fucking girl's smarter than fuck, bro. Whoa, is she smarter than hell? And on a massive amount of topics, not just smart in one thing. I mean, it's especially social, economic, geopolitical, science. It's just watch out, bro. Smart as can be.
So she's Sarge without the cock tower plaza.
And she looks a lot better than Sarge. Yeah, no disparaging that appearance. Maybe that's how I hurt my finger at night. I don't remember. Listen, I take the fifth. Why would you even say such a thing, Cletus?
I don't even know what I said, but okay.
Okay. Oh my God, Sarge has a crush. Sarge is in love.
And it's not his flavored soda.
That shit was awesome, man. I gotta find the name of that stream. But yeah, that was enjoyable. There were a couple old guys on there that were hung up on the protests they were part of in the 70s, which I really didn't want to have any discussion on, so I ignored them. But yeah, it was quite interesting. Kind of like here, though. She's kind of in line with some of the stuff that we talk about, no doubt. Maybe I should invite her on the show, although I'm sure I would be insulting her sensibilities. But hey, if she can take it, then more power to her. Look at Timber says love is in the air. Oh, folks, I have, oh my God, where is that thing when you need it? Here we go. Live from the new desk of your ass hurts news network. Cletus, in fact, did have fucking carrot cake for his birthday. What kind of tragedy is that? Cletus?
It's not a fucking tragedy. I would contend,
ladies and gentlemen,
there is nothing more American than a carrot cake.
What was that? Grape soda?
Carrot. He had carrot cake for his birthday. I
Oh,
want to turn this over to the listen, to the highly intellectual chat room. How many people have ever heard of fucking carrot cake for your birthday? What even goes with carrot cake?
Cream cheese icing.
Sex
and carrot cakes. I don't know. Maybe the carrot, but the cake, no. Carrot cake is the only cake they serve in asylums. Cletus.
Well, I spend a lot of time in one on these YouTube streets, so, it's fitting.
There is no celebratory thoughts that accompany the word carrot cake. Carrot cake and celebrations are not synonymous. I don't even know how to say that word, but I tried.
You did a good job. You got it out.
Well, explain to us how do you celebrate with carrot cake?
I mean, how I would ask, how do you not?
Well, I'm understanding the wedding cake is going to be green peppers. I don't know. Green pepper cake. They're just waiting for them to come into full bloom in the garden.
Oh, fuck.
I can't believe carrot cake is your favorite cake.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's coming to your defense too, but old Sarge, I'm telling you, ladies, come on now. How romantic is a man that has carrot cake for his birthday?
So look at it like this, right? How long does it take to make a chocolate cake from scratch? I'm not a cook, and I can make one.
Cooking time an hour or slightly under.
But you got to get the ingredients. I'm talking about getting the ingredients together, mixing them up, all that shit, right? Making the batter, right? That doesn't take long. It doesn't take too many ingredients. Now think about how many fucking.
Well, you're making it out of a box, but okay.
No, but just say, for instance, you're making it from scratch. You could throw you could get the ingredients, get them mixed together pretty quick. Carrot cake ain't like that. It takes a lot of time and love to go into a good carrot cake.
That's right, baby.
And she ain't got nothing but time and a whole lot of love.
Mm-hmm. The funky carrot cake. Listen, I'm just saying, carrot cake takes a bit of effort. Yeah, well, so does digesting it. But, people don't get in that discussion. Fuck, it's like having salad cake. Are you people out of your mind? What's happening to America?
My favorite cake is carrot cake, and none of my fingers hurt. So there might be something to that.
I take and I double up my cake mixes. I cut them in thirds, and on one layer I put pudding, and the next layer I put ice cream, and then I frost the cake. All right. That's a birthday cake. You're going to make a homemade cake. It's got everything anybody could possibly enjoy without the fucking carrots. Okay?
You are the most foul-mouthed 13-year-old I've ever known. I'm just saying. I thought I was bad as a kid, but yeah, you got me.
Touche. You give me more credit than I deserve. 13, your ass hurts. Okay?
I only, would let you progress to 13 because you could pronounce synonymous.
I almost that hung me up. I was like, there's a Y and an S real close together in there. I'm not gonna be able to do it.
Oh fuck!
But Jesus, I don't know. Give the guy a plate of carrots for dinner and give him chocolate cake for dessert. But that's just what do I know? I'm 13. Well, I'm glad you had a good birthday, and not really proud of you about the cake, but I think the world will continue to spin on its axis.
It will. And if it doesn't, it can work on its hand-jaw coordination.
Ooh, Megan likes no baked cookies. I got Oreos at my house. Come on over.
Oh, God.
Oh my gosh.
She has a new picture up tonight, folks. And
I'm literally only laughing because it took me about 10 seconds to understand why that shit was funny. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh God, help us all. Yeah. They probably should have kept me locked up when they had the chance. That's all I'm saying, world. You had your chance, you blew it. If you're not slurping, you're not working, according to Truth and Not Feelings. But yeah, so carrot cake. Did you have any ice cream?
No. Why
Was
would
there
you
any
fuck up?
happy birthday songs sung?
No.
What
There weren't
the
even
fuck
any.
is going on in Tennessee?
Look, there weren't even any candles on this cake. And do you want to know why?
Well, because candles will not associate themselves with a carrot cake because it's not celebratory.
Because it would be a fucking crime to get wax melted onto cream cheese icing.
Well, okay, that may be true, but I don't think candles. I think the candles wouldn't even stick in the cake. They'd be like, "Fuck, what's that?" It's like stepping in fucking dog doo doo or something. The candles would be jumping out of your cake. I can't. Well, anyway, so what did you have for your birthday dinner?
Carrot cake.
That's what I mean. Carrot cake is more akin to a meal than it is something for celebrating. What's your wedding cake going to be made of?
Chocolate.
Chocolate.
Chocolate what? Potatoes? Celery? What?
They have one? Maybe.
Chocolate T-bone.
Oh, that'd be my favorite.
Yeah, it'd put you into a fucking coma for 3 days.
That fucking T-bones. Pound and a half T-bone. You eat one of them bitches, and you do wake up not knowing if it's day or night. It whacks it all out.
Public safety announcement: don't eat a T-bone from Wild Fork because it'll make you wake up at 8:30 at night thinking it's 8:30 in the morning, going, "Why the fuck are people calling me early?"
We have breaking news. Dust particles from the early formation of the universe have arrived at your Ass Hurts News Network. Franklin Murray, how are you? He's now our guest in the chat room. Mr. Murray, good evening.
Any relation to Bill?
Well, no. No, I don't think so. I don't know what his image is of, but I don't know. It's from X. I want to go back to that other image there. Where were we talking about cookies that aren't cooked? Where'd that image go? There it is. But, so how are we going to fix the world before this show gets, Sarge thinks Wild Fork is amazing. I do.
I don't know. I think we could start by remembering the days when everybody had hand-jaw coordination and remember the principles that applied, even though we don't have the same practices. And if you're not willing to, undergo the consequences that used to occur for things that you would say or do, don't do them just because you can get away with them now.
Can I do a breaking news?
We have breaking news from the health desk.
Not health.
Oh.
No, that was a false alarm.
Play the damn sound.
Pardon me. Hang on. Hang on.
Word is Trevor is leaving YouTube.
Why would Trevor leave YouTube?
Trevor Lee?
Yeah.
What, is somebody going to escort him out? Because I know he can't find the fucking door. It'll get confused looking at it.
That's what they just said in the chat. It's in his community post.
Wow.
Does he know which door that his triple vision is going to lead him to? Is he sure which one of those doors is real?
Somebody
all these people should close their streams. Listen, everybody should close their fucking stream and tune into here and get a tongue lashing for their fucking ineptitude, their fucking ignorance, and their fucking evil, and put an end to it. Or just look at the picture of Megan on the screen. But either way, you could just all come in here. Seth has a boyfriend.
Well, you know what's sad about if he's gonna leave YouTube? Here's the saddest part, right? It's just another example where you've proven me wrong in that it's not possible to convert everybody.
Well, I don't know why. This Rumble is turning out to be more work than it's worth. I don't know what's going on with the Rumble. We supposedly have 3 viewers, and please, we have problems with Rumble there, Cletus. And if you just think about what we're doing here, we got like 80 to 100 people on average, and then several hundred will come in after that, just as we talk nonsense with deep meanings, but nonsense nonetheless.
Yeah.
So now there's man, I wonder. See what I mean about beauty being in the eyes of the eye of the what do they say, that beauty's in the eye of the beholder?
Yeah.
And now they're saying that this what's his name?
Trevor Lee.
Trevor Lee
is
now he's infatuated with Seth. And see, I don't know if it's because he sees the guy in 3 or 4 different ways, and it's always I don't know. But beauty is in the eye of the beholder, even if those eyes won't sit still. Cletus?
Oh, fuck.
I'm going to leave you too. Oh, my God. People.
That reminds me of that. Wasn't it it was either a commercial or a song or something, but back in the day it said, "Why is everybody always picking on me?"
Charlie Brown. He's a clown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is everybody always picking on me?
I'll just take my ball and go home.
Yeah, I'm taking my balls and go home. You're not allowed to lick my balls, but you can, folks. At Tower Square.
Well,
I
hear if he's going to leave YouTube, I hear there's always openings for wackadoodle PIs. I'm sure Seth would be willing to hire yet another.
I don't, the problem is he leaves. The viewers should be leaving with him. That's the problem. They should be leaving with him, or they should stick around and stick to pertinent facts and cover more information, more cases, more tragedies without making the tragedies worse. Right? You chase people out of their own home because you're a bunch of fucking wackadoodles.
Yeah, but you're talking about, the reality is the zombie horde will just migrate to another favorable location. What you're talking about is finding the miracle drug to cure the zombie disease in and of itself.
Yeah, it is kind of. Yeah, I don't know what that drug would be, because drugs don't seem to help. Drugs just seem to allow you to withdraw.
Well, I'm just saying, hand-jaw coordination seems to work miracles. So,
a good punch on the jaw is being suggested.
I believe it could possibly wake a zombie or two up occasionally.
I have exclusive news. This is even higher rated than breaking news. Apparently, Brian Coburger enjoys carrot cake himself. Cletus?
Well, you mix that and some leather, and you've got a.
Are you an incel? Is carrot cake the secret to being an incel? Cletus?
No, but I love leather.
All right.
And we've established how bad of a thing that is. So,
That's fair. So one of the members asked, did Coburger do it? And I think we'll never know. But along the way, like they.
Uh-oh.
Along the way, we'll come up with some fake stories to attack the guy with.
Well, and I still say, if he did, the best thing for the world to learn from would be for him to, if he did and he's found not guilty, if it goes to trial or it doesn't go to trial and it's dismissed with prejudice, the best thing for the world in order to potentially learn a lesson is for him to come out and write a book about how he did it,
right?
Why he did it, and write a book basically just owning it and explain to everyone that the fact that they rushed a damn arrest led to the man that did the crime getting away with it.
Yeah,
because they used emotional based beliefs to arrest somebody instead of facts.
I think they had themselves a decent suspect, but I think that they allowed the fucking ignorance of the fucking popular opinion to keep them from actually doing their job. And it's shocking to me because anybody within 100 feet of that house would have been brought downtown by me as a suspect. Anybody that was especially of college age or known to have been in that house, I would arrest the whole fucking town.
So you
They'd
said
had to put me in jail.
You said pressure, right? Is what you think led them to acting the way that they did?
Not peer pressure, tunnel vision. I don't know that they intentionally set this kid up because.
No, I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying, but you think if they you think they rushed this? Is that a fair statement?
I think they rushed to judgment and then acted on that. Yes,
and they did that because of the pressure to make an arrest.
No.
Oh, okay.
Not necessarily. I think a lot of factors went into it. But that would be part of it, sure.
Well, and I would say that's where, you know, it is a good example in what happens when you use emotion to make a judgment, right? Because
Right.
let's say they were pressured to make an arrest by a certain time, just as an example. Instead of letting that pressure force them into doing something, they should have just pushed back and said no. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? They're going to lose their job?
Nah, they couldn't lose their job for that. You wouldn't have any grounds to fire them. They're protected by a union. That's the funny thing.
And that's what I'm saying. It literally is that simple, right?
Right.
It's that damn simple. Just it was pushed all through the 80s and 90s. Just say no.
Well, listen, I'm going to try something new here.
All right.
And I'm going to put up a link to the room, to the StreamYard Connect for 30 minutes. Obviously, it means the stream will run 30 minutes longer. And we'll see if anybody comes up in here. But none of that woulda, coulda, shoulda, great-great-grandparent involvement. But yeah, if anybody is free to come up, any topic whatsoever, does not have to be Idaho 4, nor does it have to be Sebastian. As a matter of fact, you could take critical shots at the co-host, not the host, but the co-host.
As long as they're not shots at carrot cake.
Don't bring Dot in here. Let me tell you that. Or WSU Kim. I think I handled that judiciously when she was in here, right? I don't want that.
You handled it in the Idaho way.
Well, I didn't ban her or anything like that. I just told her she'd be better off not coming into this stream. She's not welcome.
I did.
You know? So there is a link there for people if they want to come up. And you could test your mettle against the host and the co-host. Or we're always looking to be educated. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being educated. Where's the health desk? Here we go. We have golf inspector. Be nice to her, Cletus. I know you tend to get a little, you know. Good evening.
Like you don't know me.
Welcome to the Your Ass Hurts News Network, high atop Tower Square in Beijing.
Yeah, like you don't know me, and then you put a 30-minute pressure on the whole thing. Come on now.
Well,
are you off to bed?
Well, I have to respect the co-host's opinion on this too. I am not a demigod. I'm a real guy.
It's Friday. I don't have to be in bed by 10 o'clock. You know, it's all good.
Okay. All right. Well, so golf inspector, share with us that the depths of wisdom that you carry around in your back pocket.
It's a well.
Well, yeah, you're not too well, and that's obvious. But go ahead. Let's hear the wisdom from the well.
If Sarge had a well in his back pocket, his finger may not be hurting. I'm just saying.
Oh,
my poor finger.
Well, if it smells, wash it.
That's the best advice I've ever been given.
Uh-huh.
So golf, what can you bring to the amazing interwebs?
That's not speculation, or he said, she said, or grandma said and Papa said. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, do we want to discuss Idaho 4?
Yeah, the floor is yours, and wipe it before you leave.
Yeah. Okay. I'll clean it off. No, I mean, I think I was gonna suggest that Truth comes up here because I would love to hear his opinion on this as well. He's very well rounded in his thought process, and I like that. And it's like old times, and I would love to have a discussion on. I have never heard him talk about the Idaho 4, and to me that would be very interesting to get a new person's perspective.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
that link is out there.
Yeah.
That link is out there, and your invite now is out there. I'd like to hopefully, yeah. See, I think some of the newer documents, and there's a hearing coming up that's going to be sealed. I think Mr. Cracker Claus is trying to conceal from the public those things which make his case untenable.
But
And
I'm not surprised by that, though. Are you
No, I'm not
surprised by it? Because everything was filed under seal to begin with, and that would be a meeting under seal. I mean, I'm not surprised. I don't take that in any way, which I don't put more to it than it, but it is what it is.
I think he's dug himself a fairly big hole,
Mm-hmm.
and he just doesn't want people to see how deep he's willing to dig it, and that's why he sealed these.
Well, let's not forget about that confidential informant bullshit that he's been spouting, that I think is going to become important in all this.
He spouted that.
No, it's in a lot of like the documents that they filed is a confidential informant. And you always talk about that being the FBI. And I pointed out so many times, I don't believe that. I believe that to be somebody, like an actual person. And if that's Bethany or if that's, whatever, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I do not believe that they would call the FBI a confidential informant.
Well, the reason behind my making that point is that the FBI's work was done as a tip.
Mm-hmm.
And all tipsters are confidential informants.
Yeah, but it was a tip, but they were working together with the FBI.
No. They didn't have no official. They had no official investigation opened up on this case. They were in an advisory role.
I don't know about that because every time they had a one of those, what is it called, when they talk to the public before there was a
conference.
Yeah, that they always talked about working with the FBI. So I don't know where you got that from.
Well, but they were the lead in the case. The Idaho police maintained that lead. They were the investigative agency, and the FBI and any other agency that could have been involved would have been in advisory positions, not running the case, not directing the investigation, not interviewing witnesses. But their tools were being allotted or given to the Idaho Police Department. Tools that they themselves would operate, which is where the genealogical tip come in. And why they keep saying the genealogy had nothing to do with the arrest of Brian Coburger. And that's why they're trying to protect the genealogy, because it's considered a tip.
Yeah,
not
but
investigative work.
Yeah, but this latest hearing that they're going to have, that's to do with the data for the phone and all that. So that has nothing to do with the genealogy.
No. Well, then it's a closed hearing because Cracker Claus doesn't want he doesn't want to be shown to be a fool in the public eye.
Yeah, but the reason I'm saying that, it has nothing to do with the DNA, but they still have a confidential informant, which means that this is not about the DNA.
Well, we'll have to see how that pans out over time. I would think that at this point, the likelihood of there being an informant that identifies Coburger has got to be zero because of what we've learned. There's no electronic connection. There's no DNA connection. There's no video connection. There's no ping connection. There's no stalking. And so when all of that's taken off of the table, what could an individual give to the police that contradicts all of that?
We don't know. That's the whole point. That's the whole point, is that it could have been anything. Somebody who knows something about something, right? And they just gave them some tip that they relied on 100%. I'm not talking about the FBI genealogy tip. I'm talking about like maybe, somebody who didn't like Coburger for some reason. I don't know. Or somebody who had some kind of involvement with this case, meaning they might have been involved in what happened there. Or, as I say, it could have been Bethany, because we didn't hear about her, right?
Right.
But we did hear that she has exculpatory evidence. And we never heard anything else from that.
Right. We don't know what the exculpatory evidence is. I'm still.
Well, we don't know, but it was in court documents.
The statements of her having exculpatory evidence are
correct.
But the exact nature of the evidence is unknown to us.
Exactly.
And when we look at the only understanding that we have that we can agree on that of an informant is the FBI's tip work
for the genealogy.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Perhaps.
And so if there's another informant outside of that, I've not seen anything. I mean, I just haven't seen anything that shows that.
Well, in court documents that are filed, this is outside of the DNA evidence, I believe. This is just my feelings, if I can quote a famous PI. Those are my feelings, right?
I got a feeling.
I learned from a PI one day, and I thought I'll use that. But the way that those court documents come across is they got another confidential informant. As I say, I don't know in what form, but I don't believe it has anything to do with the genealogy. I think it has more to do with perhaps, the phone evidence or something like that.
So does the confidential informant come up in documentation filed by the defense or the prosecution?
Both, but more in the prosecution. So if you read through documents, they always leave that in there, the confidential informant. And we've always questioned that. What is that? What could that be? And then, of course, Sarge always talked about the FBI being the confidential informant, but that's on the genealogy part. But it's always been in documents since they started this.
Could it not also be the FBI cast team?
Well, so according to the PCA, the casting was looked at. It's actually in the PCA. They got, they had the FBI look at it, but the work was done by Sergeant Payne. It says so in the PCA.
Yeah. Right. Which is why I wonder, right, if it couldn't also just be that, but the cast team analysis, because if I recall, the way the PCA reads is he consulted with the cast team, but he is the one that made the determination. Yeah,
but then I don't know how they would word that in the PCA if that was a confidential informant. Would they word it in that way in the PCA?
Well, my ultimate point is it a distraction that really means nothing new and nothing more than what we already know?
Yeah.
And is it just the ace in the hole they're bluffing with to try and potentially get a confession or some type of plea bargain, And
that's always their goal in any of these cases. We do have a new member to the panel. It's Truth, Not Feelings. Good evening.
Where's the baby?
The dingo ate your baby.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I can't complain. I'm sitting here with a bellyache from this carrot cake.
Ooh.
Are you sure? Which end did it enter from? Would be.
Well, I'm a little confused because I've got sliced carrots and ranch and mayonnaise in preparation H, and I'm not sure how it's supposed to go.
What is it?
Sure.
In that order.
It must be your birthday today.
Well, it's an anniversary for sure. It's the day that I realized that there was no hope left for this fucking internet.
The internet is faltering, folks, but Cock Tower stands tall.
I'm just curious. Do you have Trump backing the Cock Tower? I'm not sure. Does he put a little money down for it?
Well, we're trying to get him to hold a rally in the Ligma Balls Conference Center.
Oh, that's nice. Are you gonna name a room "Grab Her by the Pussy" too, or?
Well, we're gonna turn the tower orange. Is our goal.
I like it. Picasso.
What do you think there, Golf?
I think that would be very fitting for his natural skin tones.
He definitely has no alterations to his skin. That is all natural.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Yeah. The fact that he sits under a lamp or gets some chemical thrown on him regularly isn't really an issue. It's not my business. What do I care?
I mean, I agree.
Right. It could be the other guy that's senile until you ask him about crimes he's committed, and suddenly he becomes the sharpest fucking knife in the drawer. And then when he realizes he shouldn't be talking about his past crimes, he shuts the fuck up and turns into an imbecile again. I would bet everything. I would bet every penny I'm worth that Joe Biden is not the Biden you see in the public. Not even close. To me, he's a crime boss. He's a clever crime boss.
Did you hear that he was pretty upset about Trump doing those tennis shoes? He decided to do his own, his own marketing a little bit. He's got a new scent coming out, cologne and perfume, I believe. It's called Diaper.
Yeah, Diaper.
Yeah. Adult
Sounds
diaper.
alluring.
Y'all stop. That's weird.
Maybe sauce.
You could call it Huggies.
Yeah,
Huggies.
exactly.
Huggies, fragrance for men.
Uh-oh, we got breaking news. The carrot cake eaters of the world, be careful, you may turn orange. From our beloved and fantasized often about Megan. Cletus?
Well, that's not a joke. I actually had, I drank carrot juice for 3 months straight every day, and I started noticing turning orange. So that's not a joke.
I turned purple eating grapes. So.
And now we know why Illuminati is so white. Cletus?
Listen.
Oh my God, I just got that. You asshole.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh my God. They used to call her cum bubbles in college, folks.
You can blow bubbles with that stuff. I'm just gonna let you know.
And that's your update for the evening from the health desk. Oh, fuck.
Sponsored by PVC. If the pipe's not big enough for you, drill it.
Oh man.
All right, Truth. What do you think? Do you think there's a confidential informant? Am I off the scale on this one?
I don't. I think that they're playing some word games with the confidential informant. I find it interesting that okay, here's the thing. When you're looking at a murder case, right, and you're specifically looking at a murder case of 4 individuals, and you have no DNA, you have no fingerprints, you have nothing, no solid evidence. You have, at best, in their description, at best, they have someone who's ready to testify. I don't know. I felt weird about this case for quite some time. And to be honest with you, it's taken so many turns that at certain points you just have to step away and go, I can't even follow it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my personal feelings on it.
Mm-hmm.
And Sebastian's case is getting to be about the same way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think in this case, you have no choice but to question law enforcement. You have no question. That's the first problem. When you're going into any type of trial and there's so much gray over the heads of those you're supposed to trust, how are you then supposed to trust the evidence that is presented on behalf of them?
Sure, but so I've always been very defending them. Basically, like, did they just not know, or were they misled? And by whom in that case?
Well, at certain points, we've got, with all due respect to you, right, we've got to stop with that bullshit of excuse making for law enforcement just because they're law enforcement,
Mm-hmm.
right? They're still humans.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't assume, and this goes across the board, right, that you can't just assume because someone has a badge or has a title in front of their name that they're somehow good people. And a lot of times, this is what I said in the comments, I would be interested to see which members of the, Beta Phi, Beta Phi and, let's see, I forgot.
Stigma Chi.
Yeah, I would be interested to see who within either alumni or current has a parent, a grandparent or is a member of that is in law enforcement locally. It seems like there's some real gray areas between those two sets of people.
Well, we do have, is it Dylan that has ties to, I believe, the attorney's office, the state attorney's office?
No,
No, everybody's confusing her relatives, and she's not related to that guy.
Who is it then? Bethany? One of them is related to the.
You're talking about Stanley Mortensen, right?
Yeah.
Or Boise, I'm sorry, but I couldn't find a relation to him.
And it's hard. You can't. It's virtually impossible to solve the case with outside data that isn't factually verified. So,
right.
Whoever did this, we don't know. We may never know. And in what we do have that we can say we know because it's documented and verifiable, as to whether it's true or not, we can't say for sure. But it is, the information that we have is verifiable, and it says what it says. And so, there's a whole bunch of streamers out there trying to solve the case, and they've done that with all of these true crime things, and they always seem to get it wrong because it's so difficult to solve anything that complex if you could do this stuff from the comfort of your home, the world would be a much better place, right?
I mean, you definitely you wouldn't have the tools or the direct evidence in front of you, so that definitely makes things difficult.
And the evidence they did give us is limited, and it points at one man. And when you evaluate the evidence and ask the question, is it reasonable to believe that this man committed the crime? And then you look at the evidence that's been countered by the defense. And I suspect reasonable-minded people would say the state has a lot of work to do because everything they alleged in their arrest document has been contradicted by the defense and it's solid. There's nothing to oppose the defense making their statements that he didn't stalk. Well, the prosecution, the government has said he didn't stalk. So when you start to add up the facts, you're left with the question: is Coburger the right suspect for this crime, or were mistakes made? And it looks to me as if mistakes were made, and I don't believe that they were intentional and that it was for a cover-up, or that it was because of anything other than, I don't know. See, in other words, there's just no way to know what drove the decisions that they made. And it's just hard. And when you speculate down that trail, there's infinite possibilities here.
But don't you think that we should be learning from cases like this that are having issues like this in order to make sure it doesn't happen again? So breaking those things down it is an important thing to do?
No, I think what's fair to break down would be you take images and videos of a CSI investigation and they're wearing windbreakers and sneezing into their arm. I think that you can learn from that. Right. As far as any connection to any outside source that did this, until information is provided to point us that way, then you're chasing your tail. Because it could be crime cartels. It could be a corrupt cop. It could be somebody connected to a fraternity. It could be. And the problem is it could be, is you can explore those to your nauseous until you turn orange, right?
Correct.
And it doesn't educate you in anything. But if you actually look at how the crime scene was handled and discuss that, then there's a lot to be learned there. And you could see that there were mistakes. And were these mistakes intentional? Did 12, 14 people trample that crime scene intentionally? I suspect not.
Well, I mean, and I don't mean to sound argumentative, but I would have to ask the question: who was in control of the crime scene once it was designated a crime scene, right? Mm-hmm. And once that happens, your chain of command starts. That chain of command is going to, in most cases, or the steps that should be taken, you're taping off the area, you're removing any personnel that doesn't have direct need or involvement to be there. You're going to wait for the detectives, you're going to wait for the medical examiner, and then you're going to wait for the crime scene technicians. In most cases, I can speak for Tennessee specifically, once a crime scene or a homicide scene is formed or a motor vehicle accident incurring a death, the police they cannot do anything on that scene until the ME's office gets there. You're going to back up, withdraw, and then wait for them to get there. wait for CSI if that's a separate unit in your state or your county, and then you would go in and proceed to the scene. So if they were in there walking around without proper PPU or PPE, if you know 12 or 13, that's in my opinion about 3 times more than should be on an active crime scene, especially when you're trying to conduct a point-by-point numbering and chronicalization of what you're finding. I think that's a real bad situation. And in an argument, I would say that that's enough for a mistrial at the very least within itself.
I think there's much that could be pointed to that would disqualify evidence. The collection of the DNA should be disqualified simply because the collection process and the way the scene was handled didn't protect from outside contamination. The police walk-ins, for instance, and a lot of people have argued over the months and years that this has been going on, that well, the detective didn't get there, or the guy that was in charge of it didn't get there till 5 o'clock. Well, that's true, and the coroner didn't get there till 5 o'clock. That's true, and that, right. But that does not indicate anything inappropriate.
Well, it indicates a failure of abiding by. It shows a failure of abiding by rules and regulations of a crime scene. You got to understand, in most cases, there's a 45 to 55 minute span after there is a DOA that is or a DOC that is called in, right? You have 45 to 55 minutes with the medical examiner's office to respond to that scene. So for there to be that kind of time gap is a big red flag for me. I would need to know why.
But the medical examiner is not going to case the scene without the actual investigative detectives with them.
It depends on where. That's okay. That's right. That's not always true.
See, I thought they were supposed to work with law enforcement.
They are.
Like that's what the statute.
That's what I just said, though. If you parse what I said, that's what I said.
Right. They are supposed to work with them, but they can enter the scene without a detective. Because from the time you cross over the crime scene, your photographer's snapping constantly, right? With other officers, that's why you would draw everybody out so that you can get those photos before it's disturbed. So if anybody's walking around within a crime scene before the initial photos are taken, that's a big problem, and it will give the defense a leg to stand on.
So according to Mabutt, though, she said herself she was being told to wait. In most cases, she's being told to wait to go into a crime scene. That's why she was she didn't go in early.
I'm going to suggest that was because the actual investigators of the crime scene were not on scene. It was being locked down by the police department. If you look what CL says, it's accurate. The MPD discovered the bodies and then called detectives from Idaho State Police. And the time between that call and their ability to arrive, and people make fun of the cops. I was out fishing or hunting. Well, he probably was.
Right.
And his delay in getting there, is nothing to make fun of or take lightly. It's a real, it's highly probable. And so, except that what he said was, I showed up at 5, I was notified at 1. Whatever time was notified, I had to drive back. So when you look at how they actually approached the crime scene originally, I don't see big issues with it. I don't see anybody busting around and running around in that house until the actual detectives and the coroner and the crime scene investigators appeared. The house was restricted. Now, did police go in and find the body? They did, but then they ushered everybody outside. And that's how the crime scene stood. Were there people in that house before they arrived? Were there students and friends in the property before the police showed up? I don't know. It could be. People have claimed that property was loaded with kids before the cops arrived. Does that mean they were in the house? No, it doesn't mean that. But so, there's a lot of things we know, but we don't have the actual detail on it.
Well, we have sort of photo evidence of that because they were outside by the time somebody snapped a photo of the kids outside, right? So we do know that there was, well, from what we could tell, now this is from what we could tell, was at least, I think, 5 or 6 of them sitting outside on the ground. I think that's what we counted on those photos.
But as to whether they were in among the crime scene or not is a whole different question. We don't got an answer for.
Well, we know 2 of them were at least, right? And then 3 because one went up to check on it. So at least 3.
No, it was the police. It was the police that found the upstairs victims.
No, but Ethan's friend went into Ethan's room.
So you had Dylan
So-
and Ethan in there.
So we have Dylan, Bethany was in the house, and then we have Ethan's friend.
And how do we know for a fact that Ethan's friend?
News Nation.
It's one of those things where I'm trying to, because I'm not fresh on the Idaho 4 anymore, and I'm trying to think about the things that I've actually seen in documents, and I hadn't seen. You're referring to Hunter Johnson, right?
Correct, but
I don't
here's the problem with that. And yes, it came from News Nation, but the problem is the police said that the phone call was made from the surviving roommate's phone. So obviously somebody did make that phone call. Now, did he go in? We don't know. You're right about that. We don't know if he actually.
And the call reported an unconscious person.
And we don't know that the phone call wasn't made by one of the surviving roommates. They didn't.
Nope. We know that because that was said, like I think somebody even asked that in a press conference.
And his response was, I don't believe I said it was one of the roommates, but he didn't deny it either.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was mentioned that it came from one of the roommates' phones.
Right.
Meaning it wasn't the roommates, it was somebody else from the roommates' phones.
Well, but in fairness, that kind of implies either or, right? So that's why I'm asking, right? Is that a fact that we know, or is it just something that's implied from our perception of what he said?
I think he was trying to make it sound better, to be quite honest, because people were questioning why the roommates did not make the call, right?
Here's my issue with that. At the same press conference, they're also telling us that both the roommates slept through everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they just didn't want to say it was the roommates. In my opinion, I really do, because
in the PCA it contradicts the statement when it's actually roommates' testimony and their download of their phones that determined the time of the crime.
Correct.
So they said things in press conferences that were contradicted. They've said things in the PCA that have been contradicted, extremely contradicted.
Mm-hmm.
And their assumptions that's the part that I love is everything that people jumped on the bandwagon to accuse this guy of killing them and believing this guy is the killer. Every single statement that they depend upon to make that determination is a theory. There's no direct evidence in that PCA putting Coburger at that. None. Zero. And then when direct evidence comes out to point that out, they don't have the ability to switch and look at this with the same power as they were looking at what they decided to believe in. Coburger did it. You follow me? I mean, they were getting a theory, but when Ann comes out and tells you there's no DNA connecting this guy or the victims to this guy, or there's no electronic or any other way to connect him to the victims, the people that are so willing to believe a car of the likeness of suspect vehicle 1, that's enough for them to say that's Brian's car. Where in that statement does it say it's Brian's car? It doesn't. In your own head, you come to that conclusion. And when you get clear fact that as far as we know, that's absolutely true. He didn't stalk them, correct? And it's funny how people aren't willing to change what they believe rather than change what they believe, no matter what contravening fact is injected, they just fucking ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they use?
They can turn that around real quick. But I sent you in back chat, and this goes back to the confidential informant again. In back chat, I sent you the latest court documents that was put out by Thompson yesterday. And in there, they're alluding, the reason they want this to be a secret meeting is because of information coming out that could be dangerous to people. They could put people in danger. And why the hell are they saying that if they have the killer behind bars? Why would they say that? And this is coming from the flipping defense, and not the defense. I mean
look what they did to the Proudfoots on some ill-placed arguments that they're scum.
So you're talking about maybe it would go against people that were there.
Yeah, the public is more dangerous than Coburger. You're talking about wackadoodles on fucking the internet. I'd want to keep people away from them too. I want to keep my kid away from that. We all do, don't we?
Is this the motion to have the closed hearing?
Correct.
Well, and if I scanned through it real quickly, and the one thing I saw was, am I wrong, or did he not mention something about them being concerned with a fair trial?
That too.
Okay.
Also can impose threats to people, certain people. Really, is you just have to read it because it's there in black and white.
Okay.
You sent that to me, what, in private chat or something?
In the back chat.
Okay.
Because I think wording here is important.
And where's the wording? Is it the whole document has to be read, or is it?
Hold on.
It's not that big of a document, I take it. No, it's not.
No, it's a short one.
It's too bad. Okay, so we'll read this, and we can exercise that beautiful voice of mine. I won't present it because that's going to cause all kinds of other fucking technical issues that Cock Tower is not prepared to deal with.
Hold on, it's not in here. Hold on.
I've got it.
No, I'm reading through it.
Pursuant. Oh.
Hold on, is this the one? Okay, read it, but go ahead and read it. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Come now, the state of Idaho, by and through the Lighthearted County prosecuting attorney, requesting to close the May 14th hearing regarding the defendant's fourth motion to compel. We should see what the fourth motion to compel is.
Agreed.
Okay. So make note, maybe somebody dig
that's that. Okay. Sorry, that's what I was reading, because in that motion to compel, I think it does state that it's got information in there that's
all right. Well, we need that. I'll finish this.
Yeah.
And any hearing to be set for the defendant's fifth motion to compel. So both of those motions need to be looked at. This motion is made pursuant to Court Administrative Rule 32G, and the likelihood the state and the defense could be prejudiced by discussions or dissemination of information that has been stipulated to be filed under seal. Attached to the defendant's supplemental request for discovery under seal, defense request for discovery, order to file defendant's Exhibit D, attached to defendant's fifth supplemental request or discovery under seal, motion to temporarily seal Exhibit 1 of state's response to defendant's fourth motion to compel discovery pending hearing. There exists a compelling interest at stake to preserve a fair trial, and no reasonable alternative exists but to conduct a closed briefing. The state further motions the court for a schedule under scheduling order setting May 3rd for the defendant to file any notice of witnesses, exhibits, expert reports, and other evidence defendant intends to rely on for the hearings regarding their fourth and or fifth motions to compel. The state requests that the court afford the state the opportunity to respond to those initial disclosures, and such responses should be filed by May 10th. See, this to me sounds more to the effect of his alibi.
So they hold on.
hold on. So I found the third motion to compel. So
we need fourth, not third.
Yeah, I just found the third. It's the same wording in both. Hold on. Let me just get you that, because they just copy paste into like the same. Let me see if I can find the third. I mean the fourth.
All right, go ahead, please.
So they want the fourth and the fifth motions to compel. If I'm not mistaken, one of them has to do with the cast data. Hell, it's probably a fair assumption.
Right.
So and his alibi is heavily weighted, and the claims made in that statement that whole motion with the mention of Cy Ray, it goes heavily against the data that the FBI has yet to, or that Moscow has yet to produce in full to Brian. But they want Brian to turn over whatever he's planning to present on May 3rd for a hearing on May 14th. So gives them 11 days to come up with whatever they need to, that they may or may not have turned over to him at this point. That's crazy as hell.
No, procedurally, I mean, that's the irritating thing with courts. It doesn't, it works the way it works for a specific reason. This stuff should have happened a long time ago. And the problem is that Anne has been dependent upon discovery. You have to understand what they're accusing your client of. And then you have to be able to understand what they're going to use to support the accusation.
But
and by them jerking her off on discovery is caused this kid all time in jail he shouldn't be.
But the prosecution is now asking for him to provide them with the facts about what he's accusing them of, when they haven't even provided him with the facts around what they used to accuse him.
Correct.
That's wild. Okay.
Correct. I mean, am I saying they're playing fair? They're playing it by the numbers, and they're trying to skirt around, and they're trying to ask the court to say, it should just be part of discovery. And we all think every single thing needs to be part of discovery. Fair enough, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the problem, as we've heard from Bill, is that these are not things that his department has under their control. And or they were done in conjunction with someone else, and that someone else hasn't got records. For instance, the FBI admitted last year that they didn't keep records of their genealogical work and their searches. They discarded them. So when it comes down to cast, when you read the PCA, it tells you that Brian Payne did it. And in fact, if that's true, then this game they're playing about the FBI, being that they're waiting on information from them, is just a scumbag game they shouldn't be playing. So unfairness does not come into this, but the steps and procedures you take to uncover this it's a fucking process, and it's irritating. The state, if Coburger's information is verifiable, the state doesn't have to accept that, and they can still take this kid to trial. But if his information is verifiable and it contradicts the government, then her ability to file a motion for dismissal and have a closed hearing on dismissal, or even an open hearing, should be something the judge grants. Wasn't it you, Golf, that said that, Judge, in that one hearing? Because I think we both heard it. When the discussion of him running around to go get the secret grand jury and indict this guy, and the judge made a comment to the effect of, it's because you got a weak case.
No. He didn't say weak case. He said a weak PCA.
There you go.
Yeah, weak PCA. So it's a little bit different how he worded it.
Right. So what do you think there? Truth, not feelings?
I'm just sitting back and listening tonight. Sometimes I don't talk as much as y'all think I do. I like hearing other people's point of views. So I'm just sitting back and listening.
Thank you. We want to welcome you in the room, but that's why it's not that you have to say something, but just that we know you're there. And as the host with the most, I've got to point to you guys. You're in here as guests.
Well, like I said, this is a case that I'm enjoying listening to you talk about, because as opposed to the other case, I think it's kind of, in my opinion, you've gotten soured to it because of all the bullshit going on with it. And this one, I'm actually listening to you go through it, and it's informative. So I'm going to sit back.
Well, let me just tell you that this case, there's more bullshit in this case than there ever was with poor young Sebastian.
Oh, I would agree with you.
It's just I don't want to go through that list of creators that all of a sudden are telling you Kaylee was pregnant, and they come up with all of this nonsense, and Dylan's a transgender, and they got all of this bullshit that I could see reflections in pavement.
Yeah, them damn asphalt mirrors. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
But wait a second, hold on. Y'all don't have asphalt mirrors?
Only when it rains out.
Listen, that is the new trend in driveway repair. You know what I mean? So, you should try it.
So if you got a pothole in your driveway and it reflects, you'll see the hole in your head. Basically, what you're saying.
But only if you powder your nose first.
Well, yes, and you'll see the hole in your ass as well.
So, Clue, what do you think the prosecution is or not? Well, Clue, I meant Golf, but Clue is included because you're both females. What do you think the prosecution is trying to do with keeping this sealed?
Well, first of all, I sent you the wording that they use, and it's just a copy paste on all of them, really. You're asking me why they want this sealed, or what was the question? Sorry, I was doing other things. Sarge.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I muted myself, hoping that Truth Not Feelings was going to say something.
You were going to go to the bathroom, right?
Somebody's ass hurts.
Well, that's your Ass Hurts News Network. That's a common thing that happens. So you'll start to feel it if you stay on the panel much longer.
It's a symptom of standing near the cock tower too long.
I thought it was because we were getting balls deep in this.
Repeat the question, Sarge.
What do you think that the sealing this hearing is intended for?
I think I said that earlier. I think it has to do, well, with the data, obviously, but also I think there's more to it. I firmly believe there is a confidential informant, not the FBI. I'll eat my words if it is the FBI, but I really firmly believe, just based upon the wording.
Why would the FBI be considered the?
I don't know. I question that.
That would,
because the FBI's work, just so you know, if you're sitting at a bar and you witness a shooting across the street and you pick up a payphone or even your phone and you call the police and you identify the person, I know this person to be Z. You are now a tip or a protected witness that cannot be disclosed to the defense. Your evidence that you're held in complete privacy. Now, the FBI did the genealogical work not as a investigative tool as being the case investigators, but they used their ability to search genealogical backgrounds and offered their results as a tip, just like the guy that called in the witness tip. Therefore, the FBI's work is confidential and cannot be supplied to the defendant. And that's why you're having all of this argument about the genealogy discovery. Even the FBI can give a tip. They're not immune. You see, they're not prohibited from being protected under a tip status. And here's the reason behind this is because they're violating your constitutional rights.
Yes.
If you really want to know what's happening, the FBI come in as a tip and they get to be kept secret. And how did you get to this information? Well, it was an anonymous tip. And even the court doesn't need to know. The court can demand to know, but the defendant doesn't need to know who made this tip. But the tip, if the tip leads to evidence that points to you, it's the evidence that points to you that's used in court. You see? And that's been the case from the original, from the jump, that the FBI's work was for a tip. It was not, even in the documents that were put forward, they asked in a warrant for the court not to consider the DNA work, because the DNA work may be found on something unusable in a court down the road. So even the police avoided using DNA in the application of a warrant.
That's a real slippery slope.
Because, well, I have a question. If it's a tip,
yeah,
I can call in a tip.
Yes.
They wouldn't investigate what I'm saying. It doesn't.
Not necessarily. No.
Well, I'm saying if they thought it credible, they would investigate what I'm telling them.
Right.
I don't feel like they would call me in as an informant.
No, they would not.
No, it's all about how it's reported.
Right. So if the FBI only provided a tip, why are they a confidential informant? Because here's my problem with that. They specifically stated they are not going to bring up the genealogy in the courtroom.
Right. Correct.
So if you're going to have a confidential informant, you're obviously going to speak about what the confidential informant told you.
No. Unless there's a confidential informant in that specific area working another case which fell upon information in this case and they can't blow the other case.
Well, remember when I said you called and told the police the identity of the shooter. You are no longer you're not part of the court case. And here's why you wouldn't be part of it. They investigate your tip and realize that this person has that caliber gun. They have the dust from shooting the gun on their hand. So in other words, your tip led them and they investigated this person and that tip allowed them to confirm the accuracy of what you said. They don't need to know who you are. In other words, that's the whole point of a tip. You don't have to come forward as a witness, but your information led them to investigate me, and it found out I got gunpowder on my hands and on my clothing. I own that caliber weapon. I don't have an alibi. They arrest me. They do ballistics on the gun. They find the bullet in the body came from my gun, and I go to jail, never knowing who that tipster was.
Okay, but let me ask you this. There's one thing between giving a tip and another thing with providing evidence.
That's the shady area.
Right? Like if you're providing evidence, then there's got to be a chain of command to that evidence. And if you're a sworn officer, if you are doing any type of police work and then call in a tip, maybe that's fine. But if you then turn over your police work, then it is now no longer just a tip.
So let's suppose that their tip from genealogical work gave 11 suspects. Let's just suppose that happened. And they take the 11 suspects and they investigate them. And in one of those 11, they find the DNA from that person matches the DNA that you generated a genealogical exam from. I'm not saying what the government's doing is right. I think it's an issue that needs to be brought to the Supreme Court. And I think it's true. I think it's true that anybody with a badge or anybody that works in association with a badge, any work that they do is subject to discovery and subject to cross-examination by the accused.
Well, I've always had a problem with the ability of anonymity amongst confidential informants. But that's all. I guess that might be a whole nother conversation in general. Right.
In this case, I'm not saying you're wrong, Dolph, that there isn't a witness or there isn't somebody that they relied on for information. I don't see any direct evidence of that other than that the way these things are filed, these third motions, because the release of disclosure would interfere with enforcement proceedings, deprive a person of a right to a fair. When you read through this, some of those reasons or only one of those reasons need apply, not all of them. So disclosure of investigative techniques and procedures is all you would need to get a sealed hearing. Disclosure of the identity of a confidential source, if that alone exists, that would be all you need for it. So even though they list one, they numbered it wrong. These people are idiots. They went 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Idaho twits. But when you read any of those 5, only one need apply, and we don't know which one they're depending upon. Could it be that there's an informant? Sure. And they're protecting the informant or a confidential source. But again, it can also be to interfere with enforcement proceedings or deprive a person of a right to a fair trial or an impartial adjudication. That's the problem with these motions. These words are standardized. They don't necessarily apply to this particular case, but they give you 5 different reasons why this sealing is applicable and which reason applies to it.
But I'm agreeing with you on that PCA. It could allude to the actual, as I say, when we're talking about the DNA. But in this case, we're not talking about the DNA. We're talking about something else, like the meeting that is coming up for the motion to compel. And as I say, I listed that in the back chat there for you.
I opened it up. That's what I'm reading to you.
Oh, I don't think you're sharing it.
Motion to temporary seal state supplemental response. What I'm saying is
that's for the motion to compel the 3rd, 4th, whatever. It's the same. It's copy paste. And that's what I'm saying. They wouldn't bring that up. Well, you're saying it's a standardized form, but they said that about the PCA. Remember, every cop said, "Oh, that's a standard. They do that." Blah blah blah. The whole what is it called? The suspect vehicle 1. That's just something they use. I don't believe that. I think words and wording is everything in everything. So it's not just like, oh, we're going to put in, what is it called? The car number 1, suspect car number 1. No, that means something. And we discussed that. There is a meaning behind these words. So even though you might think that that's standardized, I don't think so. I think that means more because they don't have to leave that in there. Why do they leave that in there in the motion to compel, which has nothing to do with the DNA evidence?
Well, this is the motion I'm reading. When I'm reading to seal the hearings on the motion.
Yeah, that's in response to motion to compel.
Right.
So that's the 3rd motion to compel. Yes.
Because release or disclosure would interfere with enforcement proceedings. What is that?
Keep reading.
Right.
Keep
Deprive a person of a right to a fair or impartial adjudication.
Sure. Keep reading.
Constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy.
Keep reading.
Disclose the identity of a confidential source and or
Correct.
disclose investigative techniques and procedures.
Correct. Now, those two together, I can say, okay, that's standard. But the rest, you don't have to leave all that in there.
Sure you do.
Just like you didn't have to put in, suspect vehicle 1.
No, if that's how the court requires that the documents be filed, even if it sounds silly to us, that may just be how it has to be filed.
Well, what I'm saying to you, Golf, is that all or one of them are the argument they put forward to continue to seal their proceedings. And your argument to conceal proceedings must hit one of these 5, if not all 5. Right? So if I want to seal a hearing as a prosecutor, I need to show the court that if we don't seal this, I would be depriving the defendant of a fair trial or an impartial adjudication. And the court has to decide, yeah, you're right, that would harm the defendant. It would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Well, whose personal privacy? You would have to disclose this to the court. And all of these are arguments in and of themselves, individually as well as collectively.
Yeah, but you couple that together with the defense, who then goes in and says, yes, we want to seal it too because it can pose threat to someone. So if you couple those two together, does that say that to you, that it's a FBI threat, or what does that tell you?
Well, it could pose threats or harms. They may be thinking it could host their relations to Coburger through the genealogical work by exposing those people.
That does not make so much sense to me.
Well,
they would worry about that. I mean, of course, you're not going to put that out there, but I'm saying this sounds more serious to me.
But that would be an argument as to why you're treating the FBI as a tip, as a confidential informant, as a tipster. They collected all that information. They have all the information of who his relatives are as far back as they could go. And so that could be a partial reason. But again, it doesn't have to be just an informant in that argument. It could simply be that exposing this to the public could impart the jury. It could sway the jury's opinion, and then you wouldn't be able to get this guy a fair trial. That justifies as a reason to steal.
Is that how you would say that it would impose a threat?
Yeah, I don't know. I
I
don't think that there's any evidence of a witness.
I mean, that would be clarified in the motion that, to a fair trial, right? That's already specified, the fair trial portion of that. So why would you add on top of that? It would also pose threat to people, in and around that case, if you already have the killer, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just saying.
I think the divide that we have is this. I see that document is covering the reasons you would ask a court to seal the hearing. And I don't see any of those reasons specifically being the reason. In other words, they're not telling us that it's number 1 or number 5.
I mean, okay, we'll see. I'm still on that thought process.
So can you not pull a case file from a similar case or just a case in general with the same charges or similar and see if the wording's the same? I mean, if that's what, I mean, it's not that difficult to find out if it's just standardized or if it's specific.
Right.
Yeah.
But they do seem like pretty generalized issues when you read them. The nature of the statements in the document are fairly generalized. They even talk about potentially exposed procedures and whatever of police work, right? I mean, that could include an endless list of things. I mean, it's incredible how big that list could be all by itself.
I just think the wording is in itself is just way over the top for it to have anything to do with either the FBI posing a threat or, because I don't see that happening.
Could it just be a case of could it just be a case of crossing every T, dotting every I?
I don't know why you would say that. I don't know why you would state that in a document, though, if that's what your purpose is. I don't understand. Like, that does not make any sense to me whatsoever. But that's just me. And I could be off the scale on this one. I just like the wording. I don't like it. Like it's too much of who's posing a threat in this.
Well, I think when it says disclosure of the identity of a confidential source and or disclose investigative techniques and procedures, the investigative techniques and procedures that were used were done by the FBI as a tipster. That what they did is supposed to be kept secret from the public. We're not supposed to know this happened. That's the weird thing about how this works. If you read the DOJ policy on this, you'll see that by doing what they did, and I think if we got full disclosure, you would find private corporations or companies involved with the FBI doing the genealogical work that they can get access to because they're not law enforcement. Where a law enforcement can't go to some of these DNA places without a warrant. They have to pay $500. They have to disclose that they're going to use that database. And the database, the owners of some of these sites are saying you need to supply us with a warrant. Where I think what they're doing is they're using like that. Remember that woman that got on the stand?
Yeah.
And then the FBI went and visited her later?
Yeah.
She's an investigative technique that the federal government doesn't want you to know they're using.
Correct. Yeah.
Fair
and
enough.
She pointed that out very specifically. So that's what I'm
Right.
saying. I'm agreeing with you on the DNA portion of this, but I'm not fully agreeing with you on the actual cast and that portion of this.
Right. Okay.
And the upcoming hearing is all I'm saying. Because the upcoming hearing has nothing to do with the DNA. It's specifically the motion to compel is about the alibi, what was in the alibi, basically.
Right. They're not going to cross-examine the witness, right?
I
State
don't
notice
think
of
so.
intent not to cross-examine defense witness.
Yeah, I don't think
Right?
so. Yeah.
And he didn't cross-examine the woman the first time she was there, the genealogist there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a funny bit of information then that the FBI went and visited her after. And it's a shame that we don't have clarification because that just seems like witness intimidation, right? At the least.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
And so how the government or the court allowed that to take place in the public, hopefully one day we'll know, but it looks like we'll never know. Maybe she violated an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement that she had maybe working under the auspices on behalf of law enforcement.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Right?
don't know. I mean, I
don't
doubt that. I think the witness intimidation part will probably come up again during the trial, because as far as I know, she's not allowed to talk about this case to this day at all, which means she's still somewhat involved. And I don't know if she's ever going to come back and testify, which I'm assuming she is.
I hope she does because
Yeah.
she was very informative.
And yeah, not only that, but what was done to her after she informed us all of what could be happening out there and what they possibly did, because that's the only way they could get to the larger database. Obviously, that needs to be brought up in a trial.
Right. And that's why she wants the genealogical work to see where the information came from.
Mm-hmm.
Who did the digging? Why wasn't it saved? And all of that tells me that that was done off-site by a private contractor. And that's why your government always has, especially like the military industry, they deal with the Bigelow Space Industries, or Bigelow, I forget his name, where they deal with Lockheed or Boeing. Well, no, I'm saying your government does business with Lockheed and Boeing, and you cannot do a freedom of information request on those corporations.
Oh, you're talking about
that's how the government hides what they're doing. They hide what they're doing in plain sight by putting it under the handle of a private business.
Yeah.
And so what are these genealogical people they're hiring doing? Are they going to these databases, not acknowledging they're doing it on behalf of law enforcement and dragging information out of the systems and turning it over to law enforcement, which to me seems most likely.
Correct. And we are, we're not like, we're on the same page on that one. The only thing I'm not agreeing with you 100% on is, what's upcoming here and what what that entails and why I believe that there is a confidential informant outside of the FBI.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
What do you think, Cletus? You've been quiet because we've been yammering. Oh, I think Cletus dropped. Where the hell did Cletus go?
He got tired of me yammering.
No.
Where's the answers?
Well, it's interesting looking at the facts and trying to, I mean, at least we're staying within the parameters of data we can verify. That to me is the most important thing when you have a discussion.
Yeah.
We're not wondering if, woulda, coulda, shoulda, or who his brother is and where he went to fucking work and whether he slapped his kid with a belt or not. We're not wandering down them fucking streets because we're looking at documents that say what they say and we're trying to make sense of them.
Mm-hmm.
And our opinion is close. What we see is very close. And the difference being you suspect that there's a confidential informant.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the confidential informant has been clearly identified as the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's holding up all the discovery. Be it, if you just notice, the discovery they're having problems with is two things: past and genealogy. Nothing else. She's not asking for anything outside of that. And who do we know was involved or at least allegedly involved with that information?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the FBI.
Yeah.
Right. So I try to take a practical road to see what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the FBI has some need to be protected here. Fair enough.
Yeah. And I agree with you 100% on that.
And you may in fact be right. There may be a confidential informant. I'm just wondering how effective that's going to be when everything alleged in the PCA has been contradicted.
Well, it's not if it's going to be, it's the reason why is it being confidentially sealed, right? Is what I'm asking about. Yeah, maybe we're boring people with these details. I don't know.
Well, yeah, the details though, the details are in the details, right? I mean, that's where the information is. I'd rather do that than actually try to explore, any background on Officer Payne.
Yeah,
right.
I don't care.
What's pertinent about the police are their publicly known actions as officers, and when you have one or two people involved in this case that actually were part of framing a doctor for murder, right, withholding exculpatory evidence. When you know some of the police involved in this case came and were part of that case, that's relevant information to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It doesn't mean that they did it here, but that's big. That's big when it comes to reasonable doubt.
Well, there's a lot of things that's reasonable doubt in this case. We have a whole PCA to talk about, but yes, yeah. Sorry, people. I didn't mean to go on a tangent on this one. I personally find all these details interesting. So,
well, these are the details. This is the point listen, do not apologize. When we talk about stuff, we should be focused on the information available to us and trying to parse it and understand it. That's exactly what we should be doing, not jumping ship and saying Dylan's a transgender. Right? That's bullshit. Mm-hmm. There's nothing that it's just insanity. Mm-hmm. And that's where the popular opinion goes running down the street in droves to chase stuff like that down. When the information that can be discussed and facts that are available should be what we point to, and then we can move on to another case. Like, why aren't we dealing with the Gigolo case? There's 13 years or 10 or 13 years of police corruption that kept a serial killer on the street.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. It's very interesting how that happened.
And we're not really looking at that as a group of streamers or even people that say they're interested in true crime. They're interested in Sebastian Rogers missing, fair enough, but they're more interested in disparaging the parents involved and digging dirt in their background. And I think it's inappropriate until you can connect them to a crime. And we don't even know if there was a crime committed. This boy may have just walked off on his own. And nothing contradicts that.
No, actually, right no. Truth. Remember yesterday we went over this. Actually, when it comes to Sebastian, I say this to everybody. I trust the dog, and going into detail how the dog ran up towards the retention pond, tracked Sebastian to the retention pond, even jumped in the water and didn't track beyond that. That means somebody else was involved in this, so he wasn't alone.
Well, I will agree with you on that to a very, good point. But the more and more and more that I feel like I dissect this case,
Be right back.
the more I feel like he did leave. He did leave the home. He did run away. I'm not so sure. I'm having. I guess what I'm doing is I trust the process, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when I look at it without emotion, I think to myself, why? Obviously, why would the police say it wasn't a hit and be so emphatic about it? Well, one side of me says, well, it's part of how they're going to work this case. It's making people talk, blah, blah, blah. But the other side, which is starting to get a little bit more powerful, is like, what do they really gain by lying about that specific thing, right? And when I
Well,
think about that, go
where
ahead.
did they lie about it? Sorry, just
Well,
to.
because law enforcement has come back out and said that there was no hit.
No, that was not law enforcement. If you
No,
remember, it was the guy who worked at the what was it called? Nick Barris interviewed him. It was for
it was the emergency management guy.
exactly, and that's not
Right.
law
But then
enforcement.
it's not, but it is who's going to control a search and rescue, right? And so
Yes.
also, if I'm not mistaken, the sheriff also alluded to it not being a hit. Seth has said it wasn't a hit. Katie said in the beginning it was. I haven't heard her talk about it again. My only point is, if that part, if the police are being honest about that part and it was not a hit, then that actually makes the theory of him running away much easier to explain and why we haven't found him.
No, I mean, he could have still run away. He
Right.
could have, somebody like a friend of his could have helped him.
Right.
Is
But
all
so
I'm
then
saying.
the problem is that takes away from something that wasn't planned. If there was somebody else involved, then you have to assume this was a planned runaway. Right. And not only a planned runaway, but a very well orchestrated, orchestrated runaway. And so I'm also someone who looks at it in a different direction that says, well, it seems like Seth is coming around to the idea of him running away. Katie and Chris are at the idea of him running away. Law enforcement seems, just by their own releases, to assume he ran away. Why are they not seeing it any other way? Right? Not, I don't know how I'm going to say it. Not for nothing, but we can't believe the police, not believe the police when it's convenient, right? So I find it interesting that we are now at a level in this where you have a private investigator who's eliminating suspects. You have a private investigator that's giving the narrative and understands that narrative is going to be driven by fans of Seth, right? Which is only going to cause more problems for Chris and
Katie.
But the point that doesn't, but at the end of the day, none of that brings Sebastian home, right?
Correct.
So I don't even know how we can continue to have conversations on theories, because we are at the same point of information that we were 3 weeks ago.
Well, I mean, this is not really a theory. I just followed the police, Max, the dog.
Oh, listen,
right?
I'm there with you.
Yeah. So that for me, it doesn't rule out the theory that he did run away. Obviously, I'm still on.
No, but it does say that he moved out of he left that house under his own power to some extent, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And
Okay,
to have someone waiting on you would mean that it was way planned, and then you're
Right.
putting a lot of weight into extensive planning, and I'm not so gut sure that that's the case either, right?
But what do you think about the dog? Why would the dog be so adamant about the trail?
I don't, but remember, law enforcement says it was a fake. I mean, it's a tough question, right? Because normally I would be like, well, the dog, and I've said it in different discussion panels, well, the dog hit, but you really have to stop and ask, what would be the purpose of the police being dishonest about that, changing the narrative, and then going to the extent of making sure Channel 5 redacted the story and they put an apology out for it. Right? Like that's a lot that what you're doing is essentially putting more doubt into your news media. If we came out in the end and found out that it was true and police were having the media work with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. I understand all that, but I just don't doubt the dog personally.
No,
That's all.
I get it, right?
Yeah.
I get it. I think there's other questions to that.
But
Is it
can
a
I ask this?
possible?
Is the dog report being stood? Are the police supporting the reports about the dog?
No,
Okay.
not
All right,
anymore. They did in the beginning, but then they backed away from it. It's real strange.
And just so you know, Sarge, it comes from the police scanner.
No, it's the police radio communication is where we're getting all the information from. And it very clearly has them tracking a smell. Dog digs into some footprints, which is a hit, and then dives into the retention pond, which is another hit. And he was pulling the officer pretty aggressively. You could tell by how the officer was talking over the radio. So
Okay.
after all that happened, Nick Barris came out with a story about it and talked about the hit, and then all of a sudden it was all being withdrawn. Metro or the not Metro, sorry, sheriff's office made a kind of a comment about it, and then the news station Channel 5 withdrew the story and made a correction on the story.
Do you remember what they said specifically?
It just said it wasn't a hit; it was a false hit.
Okay.
I mean, these dogs are capable of a false hit.
Right, but not three of them, and all three tracked. That's where it becomes an issue, right? Like there's a lot of discussion around this specific fact because I think it changes, the direction and idea of search.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But we don't know the answer to it, and there's no way to just assume the answer because it's a very, very, close to a 50-50 option.
Mm. Yeah, it's an interesting fact, though.
Hey, 12 gauge Phillips.
Hey, 12 gauge.
And that's the facts. Sometimes you have information and you just keep it, and you can't come down on guilty, innocent, ran away, kid. You can't come down on any conclusion because the fact is inconclusive. It's unvetted or unverified.
Oh, for sure.
What you need to do is keep that fact. Because if it's valid or invalid, it will be revealed as time goes on. Mm-hmm. Generally, in any investigation, right? There's an argument that Bethany saw a naked man running across the parking lot. I heard that within the early part of 2023, and in December or in January, no later than February. But that was being said that her friend had communicated that out on social media. Now, nothing supports that data. Nothing makes that data real. It's a third-party statement that's very unusual. So you can't use it as part of your explanation to what happened there. But you can store it in the back of your mind. And if it ever has anything to do with anything, you've got that to draw on. But to just inject it, right? Like we don't know now. So clearly, we have conflicting information here. And which side of the information do you accept? And I say you can accept neither side. It's not valid.
Can you accept both though?
Both being true,
or at least some validity to both.
That the dogs did have a scent and the dogs did jump in the pond. The question is, can I ask the dog if it was Sebastian's scent that he did that with, or was it something else?
Right. No,
you can't ask that dog that question, unfortunately.
Not yet. Give it a few more years. I'm sure. I heard y'all.
Are you working on that? Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Listen, I heard y'all had a program down there in the balls of Cox Tower that was working on making that possible.
Minga, can you imagine having a conversation with a dog? That might be better than people on the internet. Golf.
I would love that.
That would be amazing.
They would be my best friends. I think he got tired of me. No. I'm sorry, Cletus.
I think you take it personal, but there's no personal thing. He usually stays on here an hour or so, and it was his birthday yesterday. The guy had carrot cake for his birthday. I just can't get over that.
Well,
maybe he's got the runs. He's probably paying for it with the runs tonight. There. What do you think, Truth?
I mean, it's possible. I hear Imodium AD just had a stock increase, so
I wish I'd have had that tip ahead of time. I wish
nothing
I would
like
have had that tip ahead of time.
right.
But yeah, no, and I do like having the discussion, and
Listen,
and to where
Sarge,
it focuses on stuff.
do you put your toilet paper with the toilet paper going down or up?
You mean across the face or on the back?
Sure.
Yeah. Come correct there, son.
Okay, my apologies.
Like all men, I put it across the front.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel a little
Yeah.
attacked by that answer, as if I'm a boy. But I'm going to let you win because age over beauty. No, I'm not going to let you win. Fuck that. That was fucked up. Okay.
So you're an undertucker.
I mean, first of
He's
all,
a tucker. That's it.
don't
We're
ask me about my tucking
fucking.
abilities. All right. I don't have to tuck. It doesn't hang. But
Jesus
anyway.
Christ. Nubby. What's up, Nubby?
I'm the small tower. Okay.
Nobody compares to that tower.
I'm building 6.
Isn't that amazing? That is a real building in China.
It is. Yeah.
It is. That is a real building.
It's right next to Wangchang Institute of Studies.
And yeah. And Cletus is famous for saying ding dong. So there's a ding dong involved there.
Isn't that a food in China?
Probably is, just like the poo-poo platter.
No, the ding dongs you buy in the store and you get the runs. Maybe that's what's been going on all this time. He's been bringing up the word ding dong.
Listen, I'm not going to allow y'all to talk about that man without him being here. Keep talking.
I feel bad now. I should jump down. Come back.
Why? No. Don't you? Listen. Your ass hurts. Okay, just let it go.
Yeah, my ass hurts.
You got to. The key to having a non-achy ass is to look before you sit. At least that's what I've practiced my whole life.
Today's show is brought to you by Anal Relaxation. Grab yours at your local drugstore.
Let's see. So what do you mean now? There's some drama in the chat room now.
Oh no.
About.
Oh no.
I have been warned by Crazy Terry to read up on her and not to come for her. After defending Chris from that woman is. How are you going to sleep at night? You sure you could sleep at night?
Oh my
All
God.
she did was try to imply that this guy was a massive, violent abuser of women and children. She shouldn't even show her face on the internet anymore, that sick bitch. That's got nothing to do with the missing kid.
Is she? I thought she was sort of disappeared.
I don't know what happened to her, but listen, and all of these people that interviewed the parents, I would never have allowed Seth to continue on in an interview like that. I would have paused the stream. Or shut it down and had a personal conversation with him. I don't want to know what Chris did 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 5. I just don't care. What do we know about your son? What's the latest update? What areas are you searching?
She put it behind like a $25 paywall, I think. Interview.
I actually played her shit. It was given. It obviously her fans know she's anyway. Somebody downloaded it after they paid the $25 and shared it. And I played it on a show. I couldn't play the whole thing because if her brain was 1/10 the size of her titties, you could have a real conversation with her.
That was disgusting. I agree.
And she really tore into this guy or made all these accusations by it's like we're playing here. All of a sudden I call him Nubby because he makes a comment that's kind of off, it's silly. We're having fun with it. But that woman was seriously. So if your ex-wives came up on here, they'd agree with that? What? What are you talking about, bitch?
Wait, you called
to do with his kid.
Did you call me Nubby?
Yeah, Nubby.
All right, Twinkle Toes, go ahead.
Hey, that's okay. Twinkle Toes, isn't that? There's a song for that, probably. I don't know if there's many good songs on being Nubby.
Today.
You're probably not familiar with this, but for the longest period of time, I was called Ass Inspector.
Well, that was your own fault.
Well,
that was not my fault. You just started calling me that.
No, you slipped on something and you alluded to that being part of your name or something.
We were talking about somebody's ass print. Come on now.
And then, yeah, but then you came out with this detailed explanation. I was like, well, now we know she's an ass inspector.
Well,
we would not have known.
Everything needs a detailed explanation.
Not everything, ma'am. Respectfully, not everything.
Sometimes TMI is something to be avoided.
Well, yeah, okay, not everything.
Wanda is a ginger, and trouble follows her. I don't know what the two have in common, but maybe Ginger is trouble herself. What do you think, Truth?
No, Wanda is definitely trouble. I've seen her.
Yeah, Wanda. I called her Ginger. My apologies.
Oh, yeah, gingerly wandering Wanda. Yeah. But I've seen her in some other chats, and she's always being way too nice, and I think that is a red flag in people.
Well, I thought last night they were in here attacking Chris or something.
Well, I think attacking and having a secret love for him are two different things.
Right. Yeah, and I wish, like, I don't know, man, it'd be nice if all these people, and there's so many skills in the community, whether it be politics or it be true crime, where there could be there's absolutely somebody that has the time and the skills to show a map of areas searched, map of areas they would like help in. I mean, look, all these opportunities have been missed because of these people loving drama.
Well, you have to be doing searches first to be able to have that. You know what I mean?
Well, the police were doing all kinds of searches, weren't they?
Yeah, but then they stopped, and you have to ask. See, this is where logic comes into play, right? When law enforcement stops searching, and then you have a bunch of supposable threats, and that's once again hearsay. And then you've got all these people coming in, starting GoFundMe, starting Cash Apps, going on the news, whatever. And then they all leave for the same reason. Oh, someone was threatening us. I'm just curious. Are these organizations just full of pussies?
I think they're full of clickbait. They're click suckers, and they want the clicks. I'll give you an example, though. I'm a big user of and a big fan of Bluetooth. That you actually talk on your phone.
Bluetooth.
No, the ones that Bluetooth too. I don't have any pets though. But the Bluetooth receiver that goes in your one ear and you have a phone conversation. I've been using them since they came out, and I bought a new one, and within a week it's missing. And I had done some running around, and I looked and I made calls to where I had been. I looked through my truck. I try to get the phone because the phone pairs with it. So if you look at pairing and walk around, if it's anywhere within pairing distance, then you would know where to search for you, like if it was in your car. And so in the end, I exhausted all of the means to find it. And I simply ordered a new one and replaced it. And so the reason I'm telling you this is that happens in investigations where you're not able to generate any more information than what you have. And it led you to nowhere. You didn't solve the crime. You didn't provide an answer to his disappearance. There's no information to give you that ability. And so you have to step back. I mean, you just can't keep looking at the same wall every fucking minute of every day. The wall can only give you so much information. And if it doesn't lead to a conclusion, eventually you gotta, like I did with the Bluetooth, you got to walk, you got to step back, you got to move on.
So what you're saying here is there was an alien abduction and some Klingon right now has a new earpiece.
I can tell you that, rest assured, it wasn't a Klingon. A fellow brother would not do that.
Oh, you never know. They've been known to be a little too fingery.
Trev Time again. Now we've got the drama about Trev Time said he's leaving. I don't need to know that he's leaving. To be very honest with you, the only reason I know Trev Time exists is because of his jerk off move with Nina. Right? Some people's jerk off moves are so big that people don't want to even know the jerk offs exist. End up finding out they're there. I mean, it was like when I didn't need to see Tommy with that nonsense he was doing. I don't want to see Huda with all the crazy stuff that she's doing. I mean, there was a period of time recently where everybody was arguing the 400 witnesses Ann Taylor brought up in court must be that they were all watching it on their phone. Do you remember that, Golf Inspector?
I do.
And everybody was arguing, and I was like, there's 400 witnesses. Well, that's got nothing to do with nothing until we know. We don't know what she meant. It could be that there were 400 interviews the police did before they got to Coburger. Fair enough. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But to conclude that and to run with that narrative, that these pictures that people blow these phone images up and they see what they see and tell you what they see, that those 400 witnesses were watching this crime happen in real time. And that became a popular discussion across true crime with the Idaho 4. It's like, how insane are we as a group?
Yeah, that's a little bit too much. And a lot of this that's circulating around as a possibility but that's neither here nor there, because as you pointed out earlier, we're not here to, see who did it. We're just talking about Coburger.
Well, no,
If
but
that's
think
the
what we're
difference.
showing
That's the difference. Because
you
those
can have
people,
a conversation about these topics as long as you stay on the topic that's pertinent.
yeah, but if there was 400 people watching, then they were also discussing who did it. So it wasn't, they were still defending Coburger, but there was somebody else doing it. So it always led back to like, who was it? Like they were trying to find the real killer. And that's the difference, I think, is
Yeah, but it's irresponsible for us to try to solve a case from our phone or computer.
yeah.
It is irresponsible, and it gets into all of these side talks, like I'm telling you, with the 400 witnesses, with that bubbly waters, with all of these crazy creators, and it just kind of piles on from issue to issue, to new case to new case to new case, and yet it's like wash, rinse, repeat. I was stunned at how they handled the Donna Eyes case. It disgusted me. You have no right going after a hospital worker or a policeman until you know the facts.
Correct. But that's what I'm saying. People are trying to solve the case. And then before Brian Coburger came into the picture, I think everybody did it. Like we were looking at different aspects and who could it have been and this and that. But then as soon as they had Coburger, then we were looking at the PCA and everything shifted. Like, okay, this is the guy. Let's see what they have. Right.
Right.
And that's when you came into the picture as well. And that's when I started talking about this case, because I don't know who did it. I don't have the facts. I can't tell who did it. I can point out interesting facts, but that's about it.
And we could point out those things that do not make 1 and 1 2.
Correct.
Right. So go ahead.
I think it's Big Bird personally.
It could be.
I mean, it could be Grouch. He's always in the trash.
That's where the internet is, man. That's where the internet always is. Oscar Grouch.
And we're not far off from really thinking that alien invasions happened.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. What about you?
I'm just waiting for that argument to start on, I want to hear people really start to believe that.
Well, maybe Bigfoot carried him off. Maybe Bigfoot took a Proudfoot.
Have nobody brought that up yet?
That's
No, the alien theory. I don't think I'm surprised nobody's brought that up yet.
I mean, maybe Seth or Chris made a deal with an alien force. Guys, it's a joke for anyone who's getting upset right now. I just wanted to make that very clear. I know there's not supposed to be joking when it comes to serious things. I tend to laugh at serious things because I'm uncomfortable. So I'm gonna, that's okay. That's all now.
I make side jokes on stuff too, and people think it's disgusting. But that's I'll tell you what's disgusting is thinking 400 people watched this on their fucking cell phone as it happened. I think that's a filthy fucking way to view humanity. And I think that there's in light of the fact that there's nothing to make that connection, yet you run around discussing it like it's real. That's evil. That's filth.
So you're telling me that none of them tracked someone down that actually watched it live and brought them on the show?
There was no such thing, right?
Oh, but out of 400 people, you would assume one person would want to come on a show for a little bit of money, right?
Well, one person wouldn't have called the police, or one person wouldn't have leaked to the media, or it would never. But the point is that here's the thing, and I don't want to even get into talking about just how fucking ridiculous a lot of these things are, like with the Chris case, or the Sebastian case. I don't care how deeply you dig into Chris, it isn't going to answer the question what happened to the young man. And that's where we all go, and that's, I think, an illness. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a social media cancer, where people will get distracted with that. Like everything we've talked about tonight, golf. I don't think Cletus left because of that. He's usually set to be in here for 60 minutes. That was our agreement. And he held in here for an hour and a half.
Okay.
But keeping in tune with the information that we can confirm and trying to understand it is invaluable. right? I've said how many times the judge's only reason to exist is to prevent the government from crossing the constitutional limits we gave them. They didn't give me a right. We gave them a limit. Do not infringe upon my speech. Do not try to take my guns. Blah, 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 blah. And all a judge is supposed to weigh is whether the act of the government crossed any of those lines. That's the primary function of a judge, period, end of story. And most people aren't even aware of that. I think the word judge puts in their mind something else, like he's sitting there in judgment of you. And that's very rare. In some cases, that is true, but he's not in judgment of you. He's ruling on the facts. It still isn't really about you. You could be anybody sitting in that chair. And those things are lost on Americans, how their system works, what these people are doing in these positions. And like that's what, they're hiding what they do with genealogical work. The American people should not accept the FBI behaving that way.
I don't accept the fact that you can actually, through political ambition, become a judge in Idaho, in the state of Idaho. You don't even have to be a lawyer. You don't have to have a law background. I think that's ridiculous in itself. And there are a few states that allow that, and Idaho is one of them. I'm not saying Judge is one of them, because I do believe he actually has a genuine law degree, but you can actually, in the state of Idaho, be politically elected to be a judge.
I told the story of me being accused of a crime, and I had to go back to court. I say 9 times. It could have been 20, but nine seems excessive for what it was. And in the very beginning, the judge was given the prosecution all the room they needed to make their case against me. And when I actually hired a real estate lawyer because he was part of a law firm that had a law library, and he allowed me to use the library. And then with the data and the case law that I pulled from the law library, he wrote a motion. And the judge gave, if you were in the courtroom, I promise you would have said, that judge is favoring the prosecution. This guy's going to hang. You literally would have thought that. But in fact, that's not what happened. And that's not what he was doing. But even to me, it felt like that. But eventually, he got to the point where they couldn't overcome my motion. As a matter of fact, they didn't even file any contradiction to my motion. And at the 9th appearance, I said, this is enough, Your Honor. They've had months to show you that my motion is not worthy, or my motion is wrong. And they've never even offered up anything, not even standing here talking to you. Have they even argued that what you were given is inaccurate? Because it's the law of the land. Okay. It was a stay away order. It was an order of protection issued from a divorce hearing. Right. And I was said to have violated it. And the bottom line was, I was ordered to be in that courtroom by the person that held the order. And because I was ordered to be there by her, how could I be violating an order of protection? In other words, what was I supposed to do not to be put in her presence when it was her that made me be in her presence with a divorce proceeding? It's like a conundrum. It's ridiculous. And so that was my argument to the court. The court absolutely agreed. He said, this is excessive. He's been here all these times. It's been dragging on for months, and he didn't willingly violate that order. He went to a courtroom as he was directed to do by the plaintiff, and therefore he can't be in violation of the stay away order. And I won the case. But the process is when you watch how he behaved on the first 8 hearings, it looked like he was trying to get me put in jail. That's how I felt, because he kept asking the prosecution to get their law clerks, get their stuff wound up, and then they would change to a new prosecutor and get him. Well, you get informed and you get your team. It was you literally would have thought that judge was out to hang. But in fact, that's not what he was doing. And in the end, the court did what it was supposed to do. And I think you're starting to slowly see that come out of Judge John. That was the reason I wanted to tell that long, stupid story.
A long story short. Yeah.
I think Judge John, as you see Judge John now, as he's moving forward with the case, right? And then in his last ruling with the survey, I got a big kick out of him saying that he can't keep those questions out of the survey now because the state put them in public record, right?
They sure did.
It was too funny. It was like, dude, you should have kept your mouth shut, bro. You should have had a sealed hearing, bro.
Yeah, that's
right?
what backfired on him, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where all these holes in these with Sebastian, we don't know what the answer to the dogs are. And for some reason, it's like a green light for people to wander off in the weeds and just start witch hunting people.
I just think that I agree with you, Sergeant. I just here's my thing. Like, I can see both sides of that argument. You know what I mean? And so, because I can see both sides of the argument and the outcome to both of those arguments are greatly different, I think that's where the divide is. And most times I would say, obviously you got to go by what police say, but the dog police is saying one thing and the actual police are saying something else. So it's kind of a catch-22.
Right. But in the end, isn't it the handler of the dog that actually is the person that testifies for the dog?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'd be interested in what the handler has to say, I guess.
I would too. I would very much like to see what these handlers, if there were 3 dogs, and if in fact they confirmed that they were hits, or they say that they were not hits. I'd like to see what their
Have
their
you
points of
listened?
view are.
Have you had a chance to listen to the police radio?
Some of it I did. I haven't listened to it all, and because some of that turns into the cops. Everybody jumps on these trains. The cops are corrupt. The cops are lying.
No, I don't even think it's that. I think because you will understand the radio communication and it's the time frame that each one of the dispatches go through. I think that might answer some questions for you that give you a little better idea why people are confused, right? Just because it's very specific, the words they use. They absolutely say it was a hit. They're talking about Max hitting on it, how he hit on the footprints. There's just a lot that the officer, the handler, is saying to dispatch that leads people to believe that he is absolutely on a trail and a hit, and then explains the direction, where they're standing, and things like that.
So you
And
can
very
accept it at face
specific.
value. Go ahead, sorry.
Very specifically, when he says footprints, he was asking even very specifically one law enforcement officer to another, do you mean barefoot? Like, he was very
No, he
specific
says,
about
heard that.
is it
Yeah.
shoe prints or footprints? But
correct.
at the end of the day, when we're talking about the dog, he specifically says that he dug down, meaning both paw digging onto the footprint. That's one hit. And then he says that he literally jumps off into the retention pond. That's hit number 2. And he's running at a very, very brisk pace because the officer is extremely out of breath. And so those are all signs that anybody who has a little idea of search and rescue and dog work is going to be a hit. You know what I mean? A dog's not going to be that aggressive on a smell if it's not a good hit.
On these particular pieces of data, both can be right, and we're still back where we started from.
Yes and no, because if the dog smell is to be believed, then that gives us the last location of where he would be, which is by the retention pond, right?
Right.
If it's not, then we don't have a last location. The last location would be the house. So it drastically changes where you look for him at, the results.
Well, does it not also indicate that he left the house and got to the retention pond?
Only if you believe that there was a scent.
Wait.
Otherwise,
it doesn't matter what you believe, is what I'm trying to say. Let's say you don't believe there's a scent. It still originates from him getting out of the home.
correct.
No matter how you look at this, right? So this is what I'm saying. These pieces of information are valuable to keep on the shelf, in front, right? On the shelf, because this is an answer that should be provided to the public, to the parents, so that we know. It isn't being answered, whether the dogs hit or didn't hit. But the problem, and now we're doing well in here discussing it. I accept both as being accurate and both being wrong is fair. But now to imply, and this is what happens, the cops are lying, this and this and that. And really the only person we know for a fact that lied to us is Nick Barris. Right? That little piece of shit, pineapple loving fucking crud nut.
And Nancy Grace, I would say, but anyway, I'm going to get a lot of flack for that one.
Here we're going to get into a debate as to whether the cops have lied to us or they're trying to cover something up or not. What? Fuck all of that. What about Nick Barris and what he did? And that's what I mean. This topic is a great topic, whether the dogs hit or didn't hit.
But you should listen to it, Sarge, because in that whole recording, it comes out that that Sebastian has run away from home before. As a matter of fact, some of the neighbors or one of the neighbors found him under his car in the morning, or his son found him hiding under the car a few times, I believe, not just once, which is important. That's not the first time.
It absolutely is.
And so we learned that he's run away from home before.
See, those are facts, and if they're verifiable, those statements from the neighbor are verifiable and true.
It's on the it's on the that
I remember that being discussed back then. So
it's on the police recording where the officer comes over and says that he was stopped or he was speaking with a homeowner. I believe, I don't want to give which house it is, and the person says, "Well, I found him underneath my truck, hiding."
But didn't the police respond to that and how they investigated his disappearance? Or if you remember, they were telling everybody, look in your sheds, look under your car, look in your yards, look in your farm. So so they responded exactly as you would expect them to respond.
Correct.
Giving that information, right?
Yeah.
So I don't doubt the veracity or the validity of that. And now we know more than anything else. Forget all of the nonsense about what Chris did 6 years ago. We know that within recent history, he's ran away from that house.
Yep.
Okay. Which would then weight heavily what you would consider as to what we're looking at right now.
Well, I would be cautious to use I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but I would be cautious to use the word runaway and opposed to hide, because his mother said he did like to hide from them, right? So hiding underneath the car is a lot different than running away and not coming back.
That is true.
No, I agree with that 100%. But look, harm could have come to him. Somebody could have backed over him. They're hiding it.
Well, but here's the thing. Someone just made a comment. It's not even a theory. It was a comment that I looked at and said, I mean, that's possible. It said, I think Sebastian was chased there by someone. He stepped out to meet someone from online, and it wasn't what he thought and ran. I don't know why he wouldn't yell.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that goes down a whole speculation route. But
and why did he ran towards the retention pond in that case and not home, towards home?
Well, you don't know where he was.
Here's the thing. We can come up with all kinds of. What if he ran away to the school and some teachers protect him and hide him somewhere? I mean, here's the thing. That's the problem with some information. If you start to try to come up with ideas to fit it, you could go down rabbit holes that never end and hurt people along the way.
Well, what's really interesting, and I haven't really heard many people, if anybody, talk about this, but when you turn down, I forget the name of their road right there. When you turn down that road, it is one way in, one way out, right? If you look at the house on the left, which is going to be what I refer to as the white truck house, there is not a ring. It's not a ring camera. It's a CCTV camera that's pointed out towards the road in the driveway. Directly across the street, that house also has a CCTV camera pointed into their driveway, which would also show the street. My point for this is two things. One, it's what probably clarified the trash truck situation, because that's the area in which that trash truck came and disappeared, right? But the more important thing is those cameras would catch anybody coming in or out of the neighborhood, because it's only one way in and one way out.
Right.
So so for all the theories that include somebody coming in or going, I mean, you would have to assume that, I mean, it was just going to catch it. So the officers went there and got that footage. There's no way they didn't. And if they didn't want to turn it over, they would have gotten it with a warrant. So they have that footage.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I mean about doing critical thinking, where once you know that, then you can say, okay, law enforcement is even if you don't like them, right? At the very least, they are capable of doing something. And if they have these two cameras that show who's coming in and out, then they can eliminate quite a bit of scenario from the situation.
Right. You want to narrow it down to what's possible, and then you're going to end up oftentimes you'll end up with what's improbable being the truth.
Right.
Why do you think
This
they
is
went?
like one of those Sherlock Holmes mysteries,
Yeah.
right? Where correct. This is exactly like a Sherlock Holmes mystery in that you have an extraordinarily unusual situation where he vanishes without a trace. Was that intentional? Was it planned, or did it just work out that way because he walked away that just carelessly walked away that there was nothing covering that area because the area is not covered, right?
Yeah.
I have a question. Why do you think that the actual search went on at the garbage center there in Kentucky?
Because his original him being missing, uh, his disabilities, I say that respectfully, um, would put him at high risk to do things like hide in a trash can.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And because it was trash day, and because there's construction on the backside that was supposedly picked up that morning, um, then you would want to make sure that that wasn't something that he would have done. Obviously, we know, I'm sure his mom said that he hid, he did things like that.
Mhm.
And, I don't know what the advantage would be, but it may have been decided on that that wasn't a detail that was put out. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? If you look at Katie's interviews, they are very scripted, and rightfully so. They almost should be, right?
Mhm.
When you look at Seth's interviews, they're not. So they're being very precise about how they're saying things to keep from, I think, adding fuel to theories that don't exist.
Yeah, and to the speculative theories that actually target people and start following them around the fucking world,
Yeah.
right?
Now, I always thought that was crazy. Listen, and be in Tennessee, be glad someone hasn't had a gun put in their face. I mean, if I
Yeah.
felt, yeah, I mean, just if you feel like you're in that type of jeopardy and people are following, and that's the other thing, all this following around shit, and I haven't seen a single video of someone actually following somebody.
No, you see pictures of them, and they know where they're going, the locations they're posting, their location, the pictures of their motorhome. Nah, it's just bullshit with these people. That's led by JLR and other screwballs out there. That just to me, this is the problem with the internet, and
That's
people
called
don't hold
personal
that guy to
harassment.
account. The thing is, the audience should be telling providers or whatever the hell they want to call themselves,
Yeah.
don't do that. What do you leave these people alone?
No, they're
Right?
harassing them. Is what they're doing.
Right. And if you're and that's what a community, we're supposed to stand up and do the right thing. And if someone gets off, it doesn't mean to, you don't got to trash the guy that's doing it, but at least say, hey, that's just, I wouldn't want to have a missing child and have anybody following me around on the inference that I had something to do with it.
Mhm.
Right. And that's the kind of shit that needs to stop. I want to welcome 12 gauge Phillips.
Hey,
11 plus 1. How the hell are you?
Doing great, guys. Doing great. How are y'all?
I can't believe you're up this late. Isn't the pumpkin turning a little overdue?
I just got back from the gym, so the endorphins are going pretty good right now.
good.
Is that what we call the strip club now?
Excuse me?
Is the gym what we call the strip club now? It's like, it's late.
Oh,
Arnie, I'm
no.
going to the gym.
No. There's no strip clubs here. Too bad.
He lives in a non-strip club neighborhood. I do too, by the way. I do too.
Hey, Sarge, when you were talking about the 400, I hate to shift gears like this, but when you were talking about the 400 witnesses, you and I have talked about that in the past. Right. As far as how Ann Taylor, when she was speaking of interviewing people, when you interview somebody, they're not really a suspect at that point. I'm sure she interviewed them before. I'm sure the police interviewed them before. She's probably going to go back and interview the most credible that she can put on the stand to kind of to paint a picture against the prosecution's theories and not speculation, but evidentiary stuff. That way, she can kind of help her client out, to help Brian out.
Right. My big issue with the 400 was how it was turned into 400 people watching it. The murders take place live.
Yeah, I don't know how they did that. That was a task in itself to turn that around.
There was a creator that was posting that stuff for the longest time, and I parted ways with any association from that, because it was all these reflections and noises in the bubbly waters of the world need to be silenced, because they do nothing. They add no quality to any of the things around them. And it's just sad that so many people follow along with that. And look, I don't give a fuck if I got one person in here to talk to. Golf inspector, I'm fine. Cletus, I'm fine. 11 plus 1, I'm fine. Truth, maybe.
Oh.
Just kidding.
I got wait. I got a maybe. Fucking hey, went pretty fucking well.
See, there's always an upside to everything.
Shit, my dad went to the store and told me he was going to be right back and never made it back, and you just gave me a compliment. I think I'm going to call you Pop from now on.
I always say that, and I take issue when golf is like apologetic for talking about just the information at hand, because you should be demanding that's all that's discussed. And look, there's a limit, so let's find another case, right? There's a limit to how many times we can talk about Sebastian Rogers, unfortunately, or the Idaho 4. Fortunately for the Idaho 4, it's a continual stream of new data and new possibilities, and so we can revisit it as often as that happens.
Correct.
And we're missing the boat as far as now. You know who does a good job of this, and I mean this sincerely, not just because his 11 plus 1 equals his name, but 12 gauge does jump into different disappearances, different cases, and he tries to cover them, and he brings up relevant information connected to all of these cases. He's pretty good at that.
Mm-hmm.
I just got that 11 plus 1. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm a little slow tonight. Been fighting off an illness a little bit.
Listen, my finger was wrecked yesterday. 12 gauge, did you hear it?
No, what happened?
I had a crisis with my finger. I don't know what happened to it. That's the crisis. I woke up and it felt like my finger had been smashed with a hammer. The ring finger on my left hand, I think my ex-wife stopped by and did a number on my finger. Or maybe the ghost of her parents or something.
When all else fails, blame the ex-wife. That's kind of the way to go.
Well, obviously, it couldn't be old Sarge.
No, self-responsibility. Fuck is that?
And so, yeah, and today it feels significantly better, but still quite discomfort. And of all fingers to feel weird like that, how many people have ever hurt their ring finger? Unless you're taking a ring off.
The day I got married.
There you go. Right?
Pulled the shit out that finger.
I solemnly swear to give you half my shit.
Lucky for me, well, my wife ain't getting half of nothing. She's disappointed with all the fool that she gets.
Oh, there you go. No, so that was my dilemma, 12 gauge. And then I went to a finger doctor.
What'd they say?
Well, he just stuck it right up my ass. It wasn't good.
Yeah. You could have at least went to a female doctor.
See how nice that rolled out nice. He hit it for the punchline. I pitched the ball and he hit it back. That was nice.
Yeah.
We love you, 12 gauge.
Yeah, that was gay. That's happy. That made me happy to hear that story.
We're atop a cock tower in China, and you're worried about things being gay.
That sounded very cis male to me.
Right. I don't know what all that stuff
means. Sarge, apparently it is inappropriate to tell somebody something and then end it with "ma'am, sir." But I just thought it was being 2024-ish. You know what I mean? Apparently it's an insult to tell a woman "sir," "ma'am."
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, yo.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell anymore what people prefer.
Yeah, and I don't want to live like form, right?
Hey, you. Huh.
So 12 gauge, what do you got for us tonight? Let us have some of your deepest wisdom.
Sarge, today I didn't really do much. I did 3 lives, but they're not really kind of what y'all are talking about. It was different. It was a different topic. I did one on the Idaho 4 this morning where they were discussing the case 3 weeks after it happened. and there were two forensic guys on there, and they were talking about the digital evidence versus the physical evidence about it all. Mm-hmm. And this is even before they had any kind of inkling about Coburger or anything like that. And I thought it was really.
What did they say?
They were talking about how the digital stuff on the phone, the router, all those types of things were going to be evidentiary, you know, and how the physical evidence as far as whether the killer had any cuts on their hands and, you know, stuff that we've heard already. But when I got to thinking about that, you remember after the crime, Brian supposedly went to a hair appointment and he went to see the doctor that next couple of days. I'm pretty certain that those witnesses, those are part of the witnesses that are going to be called because they were, you know, present to vouch whether he had any cuts on his hands, whether he had any cuts on his neck, you know, anything of that sort out of the ordinary, wouldn't you think?
Absolutely.
I don't think this goes to trial. I can't even, in my wildest imagination, I don't think it goes there.
Well, yeah, we talked about that as well.
Yeah, I'm under the high. Look, there's so much of the guys. This guy has to have something that's irrefutably, unquestionably, it overloads reasonable doubt completely. Like I'm going to say to you right now, if you look at your clock, it's evening. Irrefutable argument. If you live in the United States, right? It's evening. It's irrefutable at this point. If he doesn't have something like that, none of the other stuff is connecting dots. All those dots that they tried to set up as connected have got Grand Canyons of distance between them. That's why I suppose, based on my experience with courts, that when she files for a motion to dismiss, it's going to be based on everything they alleged as not being fact. And the judge would be hard pressed not to award it. And that's just my take on it at this point.
The part that I'm stuck on right now is, you know, if he's not the guy, are they going to have the manpower and the want to go continue on with this case, or is it going to go cold? What do you think, Golf?
They destroyed evidence.
That's the problem. Yeah, I was going to say the same. They destroyed the house. And that's going to be hard, you know, for them to overcome.
They're going to have the information they digitally collected, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's no way to look for anything that the killer may have left behind now. So, in other words, instead of sending in a demolition team that was going to remove it floorboard by floorboard, a furniture taken apart and examined and forensically reviewed, if they would have disassembled the house that way, which would be extraordinarily expensive, but they may have been able to come up with evidence that they didn't get when they swept through twice, that they didn't get when they used the 3D scanner. A 3D scanner can't look under a hardwood floor, right?
No.
They just went in and knocked it down with a bulldozer. So if this gentleman is not beyond a reasonable doubt the actual perpetrator of the crime, these poor families will probably forever live with this tragedy and no answer.
Exactly. And Gray Pearl, you know, if he is found guilty, there'll be so many appeals. There'll be so many years of appeals that, you know, by the time they exhaust those appeals, you know, people will either forgotten about the case or, you know, they'll find out one day, hey, his last appeal to the Supreme Court was found, you know, to be not substantiated. So they're going to set a date for execution. You know, that's basically where we're going to be at right there, you know.
So if he's found not guilty, would that insinuate that there's a serial killer?
No, we're just
no.
Out that he didn't commit the crime. Beyond a reasonable doubt, you couldn't show he committed the crime, therefore somebody else. And he could stand up on the top of the world and scream, "I did it." You can't do anything to the guy.
Well, right, but I'm saying if he's proved to be innocent, you still got four murders in one location.
Yeah, so, that's a serial killer, isn't it?
Yes, well, Yeah. So then you're telling me that this whole time you've had a serial killer. Have there been any other deaths in that region under questionable circumstances like this one?
Yes.
There was one prior to that, not far away in Oklahoma. At the same time of night with the same type of weapon, the guy came into the house and started stabbing the residents. Went after the husband, the wife, the kid.
So
They
then,
said it's unrelated to this Coburger case.
Well, there was
Right.
also one in Idaho, not too far away. I can't remember if it was in Boise or somewhere in the area where someone came in with a knife and they killed the husband, but the wife survived.
a knife is super intimate.
Mhm.
Like, that's a whole different level of homicide.
Mhm.
It's also more commonly used by a woman.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Or someone who may have a fetish that includes knives.
Well, let's stick with practical common things. It's also more common for women to have that as a method of defense.
That's true.
So not only are they more commonly used to dispatch an enemy or whatever crime they're going to commit when they want, but it's also something that they keep on their person is where a man will carry a firearm. Now, more and more women are arming themselves with firearms, and
as they should.
I welcome that as long as you don't, you haven't dated me, because
right.
I remember hearing like in Oregon or Washington right before this case, there was like eight women that went missing.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was a lot of missing women in that area right before this case.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
And I think that was sort of they were going after Native Americans, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't really remember what nationality, but I do remember there was substantial missing people up in that area, either Oregon or Washington, one of those two states.
I think that's been going on for years. So that was like going back, I don't want to lie here, but like 10, 20 years or something like that.
Yeah,
so
that's
right
two
now,
different.
Imagine if streamers took the time to look, because this question these are questions that get ran over and fucking ignored.
Mm-hmm.
But these were valid questions and valid things for people that are capable of finding stuff. They're all over the place on the internet. And regardless of what I think, a lot of these people absolutely have the skill.
Mm-hmm.
And to look at cases surrounding that and question. Even the media should be, these questions, they should be asking them. Does this have anything to do with that? Right? Or at least, and it's a direction that is sensibly connected to what you're looking at. It's not going off in the weeds to disparage people or come up with some crazy, I saw the reflection from the dark side of the moon bullshit.
Somebody parachuted into the balcony and did it.
There's a tunnel under the house.
First of all, aliens.
Right? So that's a great line of questioning. It would be nice to assemble a bunch of the cases that have any kind of similarity to this one, and we each take one and look into it.
Well, that's the interesting thing when you're looking at trying to profile somebody, is that you're looking at other things that are relevant. Once goes back to the two things you're out type thing. If there's two discrepancies, then you set it to the side. If there's three, it's out. You can always go back and pick up the two if there's something that twines into it, right? But if there are, but there's also a completely different type of person you're looking for, one that's going to abduct, which as opposed to one that's going to go into someone's home and do it positionally. So that would be really hard to think that the person was combined, right? It's just two different profiles of two different types of killers.
Mm-hmm.
So
they don't
Rhea is
typically
saying that the Oregon and Washington case, she believes that they caught that guy. It would be nice to confirm that.
Right.
The guy that was who killed the husband and not the wife, I don't think that person was never caught, and that's pretty fresh. That's about, I don't want to lie again. I know it's very fresh. It's like a year before or something like that.
Yeah, yes,
The
it
Idaho
was.
murders.
It was very, very close.
Hmm.
It was very close. You're
It was
right.
very similar because of it was
The
in the
time.
same time frame, and it
Yeah.
was the same type of weapon. And so the wife happened to survive but she was also knifed, I don't know how many times.
And it
And
happened at 3 in the morning, did it
yes,
not? Like
yes,
early morning like this. So
correct. And as I say, it was very, very close to this location.
And if these attacks are happening early morning, that's going to tell me that the individual that's doing it is a overnight shift worker. That what's going to give me a ping or it's going to raise my attention to someone that's going to be a third shift worker.
Right. Yeah, I would, or second shift. They get out at midnight.
Yeah, second would be another option. You're right.
Third shift,
Second
usually
would,
you're getting out at 6, 7 in the morning, so it would be beyond the time.
yeah, you're right. Second shift. My apologies.
No, that's
So-
fair enough. But your point is well received in that you would try to whittle it down to certain suspects would have the availability to do something like that. So,
And in
you know,
this
the problem
case,
with
when
all
you're
of these
talking
things-
about, sorry,
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
when you're talking about Brian in this case, like we're talking about somebody who had some serious substance issues.
We don't know that as an absolute fact. His parents didn't come out and say that. His lawyer hasn't come out and said that. There's nobody that's been in rehab or connected to it that's come out and said that. There's some
Okay.
streamer out there, Willie, that claims to know this kid from his childhood and said that. There's other people that have said that. But as far as actual factual knowledge, have we ever seen an arrest warrant or anything like that tied to his sister's phone call?
No, none of that. And supposedly all that have been sealed anyway, because of the Idaho case. So if there was anything out there, it would have been sealed. So no, we haven't seen anything.
But if that stuff, even if it's true, the connection to the actual crime accused is just minor. There's no criminal history that they've ever shown about crime, Brian. There's nothing dragged from the internet that I mean they imply his connection to the victim through the internet. But why isn't there any posting on the internet or any picture or anything of him that would implicate him as being a wackadoodle? I don't know if any. I mean, when you look at what isn't there, it speaks volumes. And so, and that stuff is kind of worthy of discussion. It doesn't mean he's innocent, but it is when you think about the type of crime committed. It's very unlikely and very rare that a first-time killer would attempt this kind of a crime.
Oh, absolutely. You're right about that.
Horrific
This is not, yeah. This
And
is
I'm
Well,
gonna
if you're
tell you this,
if you're
Right.
profiling somebody based on that case we're talking about, the elderly couple that got attacked,
Mhm.
the vulnerability factor as well. They might not have been as physically fit to defend themselves against a knife wielding person.
Well, this was a younger couple.
Oh, it was
They-
a younger
Yeah,
couple?
they
I
were
thought it was an
newlywed.
older couple.
No, this was a newlywed couple. So
Oh, okay.
I think they were in their like
bedroom.
30s.
They were in their bed
perhaps?
sleeping.
Yeah, it was like in their 30s maybe. And what was also weird about this, they also had a dog in that
Didn't they have a
house.
child too that was unharmed?
No, I don't think they had any children. They did have a dog though.
Was the dog harmed?
No.
Interesting. So
Mhm.
you've got an attacker who obviously has a dominance need, needs an audience. I'd be interested to find out who was attacked first in that incident.
Well, have y'all heard of the Night Stalker, the one out of California, Richard Ramirez?
Yes.
How he would break in and overpower the man first so that he could be alone with the woman.
Mm-hmm.
And
make the guy
it's
listen or
interesting
what?
to profile. It's interesting to profile these types of cases because you can generally narrow it down to what type of person it is based on their MO.
Very much so.
Right.
And if I remember correctly, this person did take out the man first, and then the woman woke up, as of course when that was happening,
Right.
and then he knifed her as well.
Well,
So
and I want to say, if his addiction is heroin, It's more likely that people that use drugs, and I've talked with 11+1 on this, that behavior is suicidal in nature, not genocidal. And the acts of the person that or people that did what they did in the Idaho 4 case were genocidal acts. Those were acts of determination to take lives.
And there was no essay,
usually
right?
people that are drug addicts, usually they're not the front and center people to go do that unless, they're going after your drugs. But they say there's no drug involvement, and the little we know about the toxicology, there was no involvement of drugs. So you can immediately say somebody that's an addict, unless they're supplying their addiction, they don't just go genocidal on people. It's just not consistent with being an addict.
Well, and not to mention that before they had Brian, I don't know how many, it was countless shows that had profilers on there, right? And they all looked at this and they said more than one person, every single one of them.
Right.
I don't think I heard, I could be wrong, but I don't think I even heard one person saying that it was just one person capable of doing it. Yes. In the amount of time that they gave us, probably not.
Well,
and
listen,
not leaving any evidence behind.
Dylan and Bethany also tell a separate story than what I've shared. Dylan and Bethany tell the story of a targeted attack. Those 4 people were targeted. And I say that because there were 6 in the home, and one is a direct witness to the presence of an intruder that walked right by her door in an area that would be impossible for him not to have seen her. And he walked by her and went out the rear door. So that tells me that this attack, that her being completely a victim, okay, and accept that's true what she told us. Everything she said is a fact. That to me suggests the person or people that did this targeted those 4 people intentionally.
Well, you know what's interesting? You know who else did that exact same move, right?
No.
Bundy.
Yes.
Bundy did that exact same move when he was leaving the sorority, and he walked past the sorority president and looked at her and walked out the door.
And do you know how many minutes he did it in and how much DNA he left behind?
He didn't leave any DNA behind for that time, and it was an extremely fast.
But there was no collections of it back then or examinations of it, correct? Back during Bundy, this was when did it happen? In the 80s?
Yeah, 80s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well,
we weren't even there yet when it came to science.
Okay.
Right, and the reason I say that is more for serial killers or people who are of that mindset tend to have idols within that world. And so it could very much be a subconscious thing that was done just out of study of another individual.
But Coburger would have known that there was no examination of crime scenes to the level of where we are today. There was nothing like this back in the 80s. At best,
of course.
At best, they saved samples. Okay. And if, say, all those cases went cold, to say there was no collection of evidence that would have implicated him, we can't make that conclusion. Because oftentimes cold cases produce evidence we don't even know they have. A rape kit.
Oh, absolutely.
A shoe, a sock, fibers. So the level, in other words, if you were going to look at that case and you were going to copycat that guy, and you were in school like Coburger was in school for what he was there for, right? You would know that copycatting that guy in today's modern age would be close to impossible. And even
right, I don't mean copycatting. I don't necessarily mean copycatting the actual event. I'm more talking about subconsciously seeing another potential victim, right? And walking past.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
And not harming that person. Yeah.
Well, he did have a target. He had those young girls. He went in and he intentionally did what he did.
Well,
with the young girls,
now remember when the police, the head of PR or whatever, we looked at that video when he specifically came out to the press and said that they know that the house was targeted. Do you remember that video?
Yes.
We looked at, yeah.
And the problem with that is, listen, the problem with that is why did Dylan survive that?
Mm-hmm.
I never liked that statement. The house could have might have been targeted, because there's 2 young women that survived this. And if the house was targeted, that means there's something in the house you went to get. And even if you got it, when you left and walked by the door and there's a 5'10" blonde standing there and you just ignore her, I don't know. I just have a
Was
hard
there
time being
was there SA involved in any of this?
No,
What?
there was no sexual involvement at
Oh,
all.
They
no.
said no. They said no.
So there was no SA. There was a violent attack. It would have had to have been
4
one,
violent attacks.
right? But it would have had to have been one at a time.
Mm-hmm. And apparently, according to the father of one of the victims, his daughter was stabbed around 50 times. And it looked like to him, because his daughter's best friend got also killed in this. And he looked at both of them, after, when they were dead, obviously. And he said the knife wounds look differently to him. So it looked like 2 different knife wounds.
Well, that's no disrespect to the victim's father, but that's all interpretive based on your own looks.
Yes, but that's something also backed up. Hold on, it's backed up by Kathy Mabut, who was the coroner, because she explained it in her version. It was also like gashes and tears, and so it was different.
Is she the coroner or is she the
She's the
medical
coroner.
examiner?
She's the
I wouldn't
coroner.
trust it. I wouldn't trust what she has to say.
Okay.
See, the difference between a coroner and a medical examiner is a coroner is obviously voted in and most often has limited education on death and forensic science.
Yeah.
Right. When you come to a medical examiner absolutely is licensed, most often as a doctor or someone who has been in the funeral industry for many years.
If I show you a deceased person by knife and tell you there's 50 wounds and you're looking at the body, it wouldn't be that hard for you, coroner or Joe Schmo, to not see what's being presented to you. So she may not have done the actual examination, but they report to her.
Right. Yeah, they would. They would report to her. But mind you, here's where I'm getting at this. I'm assuming they didn't release the autopsy.
No,
they have not.
And they definitely haven't released the second page to the autopsy. Y'all know what I'm talking about when I say the second page, right?
No.
Okay, so autopsies typically have 2 different pages. What they call 2 pages. It's typically 3 or 4, but the page 1 is what's going to be a base summary of cause of death, associated with death, et cetera, right? The secondary page, or what we consider the secondary page, is going to have an outline of the body. It's going to have every incision spot, the weight or the measurement, the depth of the incision, blah, blah, blah. Attached to that will also be photographs that will indicate the depth of each individual stab wound, and each individual stab wound will not only be given a number, but like say it's a stab wound 1, right, or A, depending on where you are. It would be 1A, 1B, and it would be information based upon all off that 1, right? So the second page is what most often is never released to even the family. That's strictly for internal use. That second page is what's the most important page to an autopsy.
Okay.
Well,
let me just clarify.
Going back, I don't think anybody except the parent. I don't know where the 50 or 58 or 54 stab wounds originates from. I do
from
not
the
think
parents. That came from the parents.
It was not official information.
No, it came from the parents. Yes. Not Mabut.
It's when Mabut talked to the underage daughter and told her all the information that she should have been telling the parents. It's the coroner's responsibility to report to the next of kin her findings, what she found. And she went and called the underage daughter of now I can't even think of his name.
I know who you're talking
the
about.
Gonzalez
family,
people. Yeah. And she released all that information to them, and then they released it to other people. So people started speculating on other areas of the wounds and what was used and this and that and the other, and it just went crazy.
Well, without
I know that there's a difference between a slash and a stab. There's an obvious difference. So, if she was stabbed by an edge weapon, then it could have been anything.
Well,
it didn't necessarily have to be a K-bar knife. It could be something else.
also understand this: if you're going to assault 4 different individuals, and let's just use some real simple math, that it's an average of 25 assaults per victim, right? So you've got 100 stab wounds. Just think about the amount of energy that it takes to actually perform that act, let alone wrestle, move around with, chase down, whatever the case may be, that's associated with that as well, right? So there's and this was years ago I saw this. There was a video on YouTube. I wouldn't know where to look it up now. Someone can probably find it. But it is of the University of Knoxville's body farm. And they do what's called brutal testing, where they see how the body reacts to weaponry and so on and so forth. And there's a video on there of the student stabbing 20, I think it's 25 or 30 times. And by the time he stopped, his blood pressure was at an almost heart attack level, profusely sweating. And so there's a lot that goes into actually stabbing someone like that.
Yeah. Of course
He did 12 gauge. You did a good series on the effects of the stab wounds and all of that, which I think I was part of that stream, at least a piece of it.
Yes, I have that video. I have that video on my page.
Yeah, and how incapacitating a simple stab. People think if you're just stabbed, you could fight back. That's not always true.
No,
right? You get stabbed in the shoulder and lose you could lose complete control of that half of your body.
Yes.
Right?
Your arm becomes unable to even move. It's just dangling at your side.
Right. It doesn't respond to your brain's fucking order to do something. It's dead.
I'd rather you shoot me than stab me.
Yeah.
Well, I always said when the parents come out and said what happened to their daughter was 50 or more stabs are not direct victims. They weren't targets. I think that they were, you smash into a car and it slides and hits a bus stop and other people are taken with it. Right.
I think they would be first suspects.
They're casualties, but not as a direct effect of the. And I don't think the crime was initiated as a crime to go in and kill. I think the crime went in as a crime of passion and an argument that turned into a killing.
Yeah, I've
always thought that fits better than all of this bullshit. Some outside guy came in and did this.
No, you're absolutely right. And with it being that many stab wounds, with it being a knife,
right.
I mean, this is something that I wouldn't first assume that a male committed this crime.
See, I said that in the very beginning, and people got on to me about it. I was saying that at the very beginning because I was doing studies on that in my criminology schooling that I'm going in right now, and we were on that part, and that's what stuck out at me is it said that 80% of women use a knife as a weapon to inflict harm on another person.
I wonder why that is. Is there a logic?
Because it's
up close and personal.
Yeah, it's very personal, but more than that, it's the most acceptable or the most accessible weapon to a female.
Right. Yeah, in modern ages.
Do we know? Do we know? Since you brought up Bundy, did he get any wounds on himself?
No, not in that specific attack. Okay. Not that were reported.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
See, but in today's day and age, when this was going on, I always thought, it wasn't a K-bar knife. I thought it was like a machete or like one of those curvature knives, that has the curve part. It's hard to describe on here. You have to see it. But it's like it's double-edged and it's curved on both sides where you can kind of wrap your fist around it and just kind of jab it into somebody. Like it in the study that I did also on the video that I presented, it said that most stabbings are jabs. They're not the ice pick type stabbing that we see in the movies. In the movies we see. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's typically when you're standing up with a person. If someone is laying down, then you're most definitely going to stab in a downward motion because holding it in your hand in a kind of a thud position is not It's just not a normal position to hold a knife. So if you're face to face with someone standing up, yes, you're gonna do more of the
The
up under
stabbing,
where
like
the stabbing, yeah. But when you're coming down on somebody, assuming
thrusting
that
with
they're
it.
in bed, it's going to be deeper, and especially you put passion into it. That's where you're breaking,
Yeah,
It
most
sounds to
of
through
them
me
are
though,
bone.
briefy.
what 12 gauge is saying, I think, holds water when it comes to the young woman that fought back.
Right.
Okay, the woman that was in the bed with her was killed, and she laid where she was killed, and the downward motion would most likely apply. But when the other young woman her life was taken with that many wounds, it does suggest they were thrusting with the knife, holding the knife in their hand and pushing away from their own body. They weren't coming down into her
Right.
because she was fighting back. And so the way that you would use the knife in each one of those situations is, as he's pointed out in his video showed, would be different.
So there
In a
was no
struggle against
DNA.
somebody, you're not swinging over your head to come down onto somebody. You're trying to stab straight out and get them and keep them off of you.
Right. So there was no DNA under that victim's fingernails.
We don't. Well, apparently not. They reported only 4 pieces of DNA located.
Wouldn't that be?
Three in and 1 out.
Doesn't that strike you as odd to be in that close a capacity with someone who was doing something like that while them having to obviously push you off? That you didn't get, huh?
Yeah, well, it sounds to me that the one young woman fought until she was no longer capable of it. And I don't think that was from a wound. I think it was from blood loss. The girl
Right.
that was see the one with the 50 stab wounds. I don't think the stab wounds were penetrating deep enough into the organs or to cause full incapacitation.
Gotcha.
Right? They weren't deadly strikes. They were fights. They were stabbing moves in a fight, like he showed in that video that he's got. You guys should watch what he's got, because it's pretty interesting. And when you're fighting and you're thrusting forward with a knife, your ability to go deep is lessened, and you're going to get wounds that aren't through and through wounds. If you're laying on your back and I'm wielding that knife and coming down into you, then that knife may penetrate all the way into the mattress.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we know that at least some of them were awake, because one of the victims ordered what was it? I'm almost said Uber Eats. My brain is tired. It's not Uber Eats. What was it? DoorDash. Yeah.
Same thing. You're good.
I do Uber Eats.
If this is a case of passion, right? Let's say Brian isn't who did it. What would the list of suspects be otherwise? Other than the 2 that survived?
Love interests, past relationships, current. They said that she was being stalked. Is it possible somebody had a fixation on her that was familiar with her from her classes in school?
And then the others were victims because they were there?
I think the others came upon the person as I suspect that
Gotcha.
DoorDash was the most untimely thing that ever happened to that young woman. I don't think that anybody would ever think that ordering DoorDash would result in what happened there. And I think that I put Zana or put Ethan out in an area that they encountered the person that had just had that passionate battle upstairs.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, Golf, didn't they say early on that it could have been Cleary's brother that had the rage and stuff against Maddie because of his sister committing suicide?
Yeah,
Wasn't that stated in the beginning?
I have breaking news. Cletus has returned to the stream, and we're ready to take jabs. Cletus?
Oh.
Well, I saw 11 up here, so I figured it'd be his +1.
Hey, Cletus.
What's going on?
Now, I'd like to clear the air. Golf has been under she's feeling bad thinking you left because she was up here. And I said, no, that doesn't make any sense.
No, I had an attack from a wild fork T-bone, and the next thing I know, I'm in a coma.
You dickhead. Yeah, this went way beyond what I ever thought the stream would go. But And ceremony to queen moderator, I figured that there probably should be no time limit once in a while.
Right? Yeah. It sounds like you're reenacting the last 18 months all in one night.
Well, we do like information. So what brought you back into our humble graces? Are you giving me the chance to hang up on you? What is the nature of your return?
To support my pops.
You know, I would buy you a carrot cake if I thought there were any value in carrot cake. Holy shit, I can't. I'm never gonna get over that. Now I can't even think of having birthday cake. You wrecked it for me, son.
You're not gonna have that many more birthdays anyway. You're fine.
Listen, you 40-something-year-old biatch.
I am not 40.
Yes, you are. You know how I know you're in your 40s?
Please tell me.
You take offense to the accusation you're in your 40s.
Will you tell him I'm not 40?
No, she ain't 40 yet.
Well, she's
47.
closer to 40 than she is 30.
That is a true statement.
And she's closer to 40 than she is 35.
Well, she's been 35 for 4 years, so.
And then there you go. So she is 40.
Damn.
Oh, leave her alone. Leave her alone. Come on now.
Come on now.
I was wondering how long it was going to take for her to jump in for defense.
Well, listen, she hits 40. She'd be that old hoe, right?
I'll be what?
The old hoe.
I didn't hear.
I didn't either.
I'll be what?
The old hoe.
Oh, yeah.
The old hoe flu.
She's pretty. How many of us can say that?
Me.
There you go.
That's a moment you should have been on camera for. Because your facial expression was like, yeah, there you go.
Easy now. No, we've had an awesome conversation on information and evidence and on different shit from Sebastian right through to Idaho 404. It's been pretty cool.
Well, have we determined if it's Brian or not?
Oh,
we determined it was your fault.
We're fairly clear. Some old hoe went in there and did that. Where were you on the night of November 13, 2022? At approximately
Well, you're right.
3 a.m.
It was probably Dylan.
That's where my suspicions lie there because it makes more sense than anywhere else.
Or her and Bethany or Bethany.
Okay. Yep. They were there. They admit they were there. They were there before, during, and after. They were part of the discovery of the crime, the reporting of the crime. They were there. That's ball number one. The fact that they use a knife, and that's most commonly used by women. And I offer this. And I suggest that knife was not brought into that bedroom, that knife was displayed as a way to defend themselves, and it infuriated the person. They got the knife away and just went crazy.
Well, I mean,
makes no sense to carry a sheath. Look where that sheath was. It was next to her leg where you would place that sheath.
Yeah.
Once you took your knife out, you would, right? You would put it down next to you.
I agree. And I'm just going to say, if Brian ever went to the Mad Greek and ate there, there's a chance that Maddie or Xana could have brought his DNA home.
Yeah. That's another conundrum that the police are never going to be able to explain because their crime scene investigation, at the very least, was a cluster F.
Oh, yeah. The freaking, from day one, like that lady drops that glove outside. The other one steps on it, and then she picks it back up with her gloved hand, then takes that same gloved hand and gets in the box and pulls out more clean gloves and sticks them in her pocket.
Yeah,
it's a travesty.
That is tragedy. And the investigation, and clearly, who made the decision to tear the house down? Why was that even considered? I mean,
University of Idaho.
I was about to say, wasn't that the sorority?
University of Idaho.
It was the University.
That was Scott Green all day because they needed more room for students. They had freshmen living in a hotel. And now, amazingly, there's going to be a Bailey apartment complex. I'm just saying, like, the writing is on the wall. Just read.
Yeah, there'll be a structure built there, you're saying, on a piece of that property. They're not going to turn the whole thing into a memorial? Then they
No,
make
the
they made the
memorial.
memorial up at the school. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. The memorial is something that people have been like misguided about the whole time because the memorial is going on campus. They already
Yeah.
have that area labeled Bailey Apartments on Google.
Oh, they do.
Yes, and look, on the
Oh.
same day at the same time, the two properties beside of 1122 were sold to the same company.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's apartment's going to be haunted as shit.
It ought to be too. You know who should be haunted? The people that made those decisions, because you never ever go all in unless you have an irrefutable case. And as more and more as this case is revealed, they can't even overcome where it's being torn apart. There's nothing that the prosecution has offered to contradict the defense's arguments, and the defense's arguments are like, you assholes got everything wrong.
Well, that's
right.
Agreed. And the sad reality of it is all the people that could have possibly been involved, like they're graduating. They won't even be there by the time the trial comes. You know what I mean? So even if you wanted to reinvestigate, it would be impossible.
Everything has been set aside to be impossible. So that's a new fact that's interesting. No students, no people that could have been involved or witnesses will be in that community by the time this hits trial.
Right. It's the perfect crime.
I was listening to another creator and that lawyer, Andrew, I can't remember his name now, sorry. And he was saying that it's very common, that things leak, and especially after kids leave school. He's under the impression, or he thinks that things might start leaking as soon as they leave the area, which I agree with him. I think people are afraid as long as they're there. But as soon as they start leaving, there might be leaks coming out after that. But I did have a question to 12 gauge and to Truth, because I never heard, or I don't know if you're familiar with, I'm sure 12 gauge is. Another thing about the university, during this whole, before they arrested Brian Coburger, law enforcement met with the president of University of Idaho twice a day to give status reports.
Yes.
Is that common? Even though this did not take place at a university property?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I don't know what his involvement in all this is. I mean, obviously he's more focused on outside entities rather than solving the case. He seemed like he was in it for the property, the money, the whatever. But I don't know why they would meet with him. I mean, it wasn't on campus, so really they shouldn't have been presenting any evidence or investigation type stuff with him.
Yeah, and not just once, twice daily.
I could see 12 gauge where you would say that. I might interject that because the school was so close, that there would be a possible danger to other students, so you would stay in tight communication with the president, and possibly using that as a source to get information back to the police. That's where I would go with that.
Okay.
And I mean, they were students, right? I mean,
yeah.
Would that be recorded, those meetings, or would that not need to be recorded?
If they were smart, they would have recorded it.
Okay.
I mean,
I know he's not a parent, but he is responsible for those 4 students, and as much as they're under, he's the president of the university.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with him being kept up to date. I just don't.
Yeah,
and I don't see how it crosses any line of morality or any line of logic or any. It doesn't speak to anything more than it's probably not a bad idea to be in communication with the college. They've got all these kids to worry about.
Now, listen, here's a question. Did the university have a police department on campus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, did that police department participate in any of the investigation?
So they have a Moscow police department, and then they have a campus division, which are
Okay,
just
but it's separate. Is it
regular
separate or
cops.
same?
And
It's
you're
like,
right. You're
if you
right.
look at like,
Possibly they were just keeping up, keeping up the making sure everybody was safe and everything like that. You're right.
well, I mean, it's interesting because here's the thing. Like, I'll use Vanderbilt for example, right? You go over into Vanderbilt's area, hospital or college, and you're dealing with Vanderbilt police.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
If you go to MTSU now has its own police department, right?
Yeah.
So they're not city, they're not county, they're their own entity. And so, and even if you look into the Vanderbilt Berry Hill controversy, where they go back and forth all the time, right? If you're from Nashville, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, if the university had a police department, and let's say that the scene was, I think they have like a 5 mile, 6 mile radius from campus. So, how involved was campus police? And then that would also explain why they would be having meetings with the president.
Well, heavily because that same night there was a arrest of, I think, 3 underage drinkers from the college, and it was done by the so quote unquote campus police.
Well,
They
it's
were
not
out
quote
there.
unquote. It is campus police.
I mean, it wasn't I don't think it was clarified as to who they really worked for. If it was Moscow, it was
So they're all Moscow.
Right. There's only one police department. They just have campus division.
Correct.
Okay,
We just
so
don't
they
know
don't have
100%
separate.
if it was the campus division or not, basically.
Well,
No, it was.
But that's not even if that's different than what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
most colleges now have their own police department. Now they'll call it a lot of different things. Some are sworn police officers, some are security. Like I said, I use Vanderbilt as an example because they have a police department and a security force.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was that type of situation, that's what it comes down to. I'd be interested in the collaboration between those two departments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'd be total, wouldn't they? I mean, it would only make sense. And I want to say this, and I'll include you jump in. Even in all fairness, even the tearing down of the house could be a reasonable act on the fact that this has gone a year and a half, over a year, and there was no end in sight. And you can actually make a legitimate argument that the standing of the house isn't relevant if you're basing it on you got your man. If you're that convinced you got your man, then tearing down the house doesn't notify of a conspiracy or no matter what money is involved, doesn't mean anything. It's just, in other words, it could be a reasonable act. And a lot of us refuse to even consider that. No different than what we're saying. It was reasonable probably to talk to the president of the university and keep him informed. That can be seen as a very reasonable act that doesn't denote corruption or crime. Fair enough?
Right.
And online, you're not allowed to even voice that opinion. Those acts in and of themselves prove some conclusion of corruption and conspiracy. And like 12 Gauge had mentioned when he brought up what he brought up a long time ago, and they just attacked him. I went through it. I think Clue only is the only channel that was allowed to talk about Dylan, and I didn't even know she existed back then.
We know that Brian Coburger is not guilty. So we know there's going to be an issue for them because they tore down the house as far as evidence goes.
We don't know that he's not guilty.
Right.
We're coming from that assumption that he's not guilty.
I think we can rationalize that he should be found not guilty, but I don't think we can declare he's not guilty.
No. Okay, let me retract or re-say that. Sorry.
Yeah, we're on the same page there. I don't see him as guilty or innocent. I see the information provided me not proving anybody beyond a reasonable doubt. Specifically,
tearing that house down, why would that be okay?
Well, because it's not an active scene anymore. Like, I know that everybody thinks that a residence or a building should stay up, but the reality is, after a gruesome situation like that and a cleanup crew came in, any evidence would have already been destroyed.
Well, take it as let's say it was a gas station where the crime was committed. Should we close this business down forever until the trial's heard?
No, but isn't it? So here's the thing about this crime, though. It was on two separate levels, and you want to like there is issues with like who heard what. Is it
Yeah, but
possible?
that doesn't dictate whether a property can stand or not. I get what you're saying, and on a basic level, I agree with you. But once again, because of the type of situation that occurred inside, there's going to be a scene that is very disturbing that has to be addressed by a crime scene cleaning company, right? Once they come in, I'm not sure what evidence you think you could find after that, because it's pretty intense. If you've never seen somebody go in and clean up a scene like that, I don't know what evidence you'd be able to preserve after that.
Mhm.
So then, that being a very emotional spot for the community, you would want to try to, take that place away.
And remember now, both teams did state that they collected all the evidence that they were able to collect, and there was no, and they weren't going to. I see people saying stage the house for sound, but you can do that without the house. You could have done it while it stood. You could have had investigators in Dylan's room and people up in the upstairs room doing what reenacting or talking, just to get an idea how penetrative sound was in that house. There's other ways to determine that with even. I mean, and I'm sure they attempted, if that was part of their inquiry or consideration, they did that before the house came down, or Ann would have could have objected to that.
Well, she didn't. You know why? No, well, when she stipulated that by the time she got in there, it was already altered. So it's not like she didn't stipulate that specific portion. So by the time she got in there for the first time, it was already altered. So it was already
emptied out,
well,
right?
I have a problem with that statement though, because she stopped
the first one.
She stopped the cleanup crew.
Yeah.
With the day they showed up, they were forced to stop.
And fought to not have it torn down the first time, right?
Sure. But they had gone in there though.
I will say this, like, people are under the assumption that like the jury could have somebody go upstairs and someone stay downstairs and like holler at each other. The jury would literally, if I'm not mistaken, be allowed to literally walk quietly, not talking to each other through that place. And that would be that. Correct. Like they wouldn't be able to somebody go upstairs and stomp around or yell, "Hey, Dylan," and see if you could hear. I don't think you can do that. I think you can literally just walk in, be quiet, take your little notes if you need to, and walk the hell out.
You know, one thing that I heard in the video that I watched this morning, they said 113 pieces of evidence. Is that correct? 113
physical evidence.
Yeah, physical evidence.
Yeah, that's
not a lot.
That number is familiar to me.
That's not a lot.
We don't know what that actual evidence is. Is it some of that got anything to do with the warrants where they collected things from Coburger?
No, this is from the house, I believe.
No, this is from the house. Okay, from the house.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
And it probably might have been the unknown male DNAs, amongst other things.
That's one of the biggest things to me that I'm anxious to hear an explanation on, is why they didn't why they didn't do the same due diligence on those as they did Brian, or as they did what was on the sheet. Just as a precautionary thing.
Yeah. Well, it's like a prejudice, right?
Well, and I mean, just to make sure that they don't have multiple people, because just because Dylan gave a description of one person doesn't mean that there was only one person there. She just happened to see that one person.
Two more could have walked out already.
In that asphalt.
Listen, there's paperwork, and I gave up finding it, but there's paperwork that shows three different locations on that sheath where DNA was found. One says on the button snap.
Yeah.
Okay. One says inside the sheath. and one says on the sheath. Those are three distinctly different. And this caused a shitstorm amongst all these fucking lunatic true crimers.
I remember.
I'm not saying that they're telling you. I'm not saying they're telling you that the 3 pieces of DNA collected came from those locations. But what I am saying is, why are there 3 different locations? And coincidentally, there's a total of 3 male DNAs collected from within the crime scene. So, it's confusing because
it's confusing, kind of like the way that they described the DNA and how they came to the match, because you remember that conversation.
No, what we're going to do is we're going to have Truth read that statement and see what that says to him.
That's a fair point. That's
all right.
Yeah.
Send it.
I will. I'll send it to you. I'm going to clip it and I'm going to send you just that part. And I want to know what you think that's telling you.
Are you going to put it on back page or backstage?
Oh, hellfire. You want me to do that shit now? Hold on.
Well, you brought it up.
So on the sheet, isn't it a bit strange that they have 3 distinct locations and then they're telling us there's 3 male DNAs from within the crime scene? Now, it could just be simply the person. I don't know how the hell you could write that document and say 3 different things inside the knife sheath, on the knife sheath, and in the buttons. On the button.
When you combine that with the fact that they say 2 of the other sources of male DNA were found in the residence near the victims, or
within
however
the crime
they worded
scene, I think they said.
Yeah, so I mean that there's a reasonable question of where. What are those other 2? The other 2 locations within or on the sheet that you're talking about, or it's a question that
right. Did you find them on? The
Did they
location
mention
of those other
whether
DNAs would be crucial.
Did they mention whether they were mitochondrial DNA or trace DNA? Do you remember?
They didn't. I don't think they specify. Anything. They just say that there are two sources of male DNA, 2 other sources of male DNA.
Yeah, that's the one where they said they had to get one off a cigarette, right?
No,
that was another one outside.
It's in the same document, but it's in reference. It's later on in that same document.
All right, but it's not abnormal for you to find male DNA with college students, respectfully.
No, but what's abnormal is that you would whittle this down to listen, that DNA collection, folks, can't be coming from random locations. It has to be directly tied to the crime. There could have been 13 million pieces of DNA in that house for all the parties that have been there. So if the police collect 3 sources of DNA, you didn't get one from the washing machine in the basement. The basement had nothing to do with the crime. But I guarantee if you went in the basement and looked, you'd find dozens, hundreds of sources of male DNA around there. Those 3 samples have to come from the crime scene. And it has to be directly related to the crime scene. It can't be anything else. That's why when I read those documents and it told us that 3 different places they're claiming the DNA was found, I extrapolated that. It looks to me like they're saying all the DNA was found on the sheet.
That's what it sounded like.
If that's the case, okay, then you have. I mean, whoa, the whole case goes crazy now.
So, is there a way to tell how fresh a DNA is? Meaning, when you collect it?
I don't think so.
Well, long story is yes. Short answer is no.
Okay. So you can't be like, okay, this is the freshest as opposed to like these other ones.
Depends on how sorry, it's late and my mouth's not working.
How they're preserved,
how preserved the DNA is and how bad, how far it's broken down, not only under microscope but also after centrifuging and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a way you can estimate that, but it's not going to be anywhere near reality.
Okay.
And DNA can last for hundreds of years. Listen, some of it can last for hundreds of years. Just be aware of that. Thousands even. When you look at dinosaurs, we're talking millions.
Yeah.
It all depends on the location and conditions where the DNA was. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Yeah, male DNA can live up to what? How many years inside of a woman? I think they said like 80 years or something.
Well, it's up to 12 years, but you can find trace parts of your DNA intermingled with the female's DNA for, I think, up to 45 years.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarge, if you'll let Clue in, she can put that picture or that screenshot in the back chat.
I got more people down below. I got
That's what she said.
Stage,
and then share the screen. There you go.
Add to stage.
All right, that's what I'm reading.
Yep.
On December, I'm just kidding. On December 27, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from Coburger's family residence located in Harmless, PA. The evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for processing, I'm assuming. On December 28th, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported the DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA as not being excluded. The biological father. Okay, first of all, that is a very quick return on DNA.
But what is that? So, like right here, right?
You just crossed it out.
I don't know what that says.
Identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile.
It's saying that it's not excluded. It means that it is. There have got to be markers that represent at least the possibility of matching DNA.
So read the statement above that, right? That the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. Now, suspect profile in this document is what they're referring to as the DNA profile obtained from the button snap of the sheath. But they don't specify that in here anywhere else.
It makes it sound like his dad's DNA is on the knife.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's what they're saying, but they're saying he is not excluded from the biological father, meaning that there had to be some type of genetic markers in both the DNA profile they took off of the sheath and off of the trash that matched.
Thank you.
Which could also mean that it was Brian's DNA. So what they're doing is using.
Yeah, I see it differently. What do you think there, Jeannie or Golf?
I'm questioning.
And after you, 12 gauge.
Oh, I'm questioning, as we always have, why not go directly to the source? Why take his father's DNA from the trash?
Right, but what Clue is saying here is she believes that statement is telling you that the trash and knife sheath were the same DNA, that it was the dad's DNA on the knife sheath.
No,
it sounds like that. Identified a male as not being excluded as the dad of the profile. And they talk about it being on the sheath and trash.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
At this point,
have they done the IgG at this point or no?
Yeah. This is look how deep in the thing. It's December 28th, and they arrested him the next day.
Okay, so he
was already arrested, wasn't? No, they collected the trash. Yeah, and then the next day, I think they arrested him.
I have a bigger problem with the time frame of the time it was sent off to the crime lab and when it was returned.
Oh yeah, me too.
But in the context of her point, I disagree with her point on this simple explanation. That when you read, identified a male as not being excluded as the biological suspect profile, the suspect profile, which came from the sheath, okay, matches this person's profile enough to tell us it's his father.
So then why not? So then why not? Here's two things, right? Why not state or rewrite this statement if that's the case to say that the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash compared to the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect.
No, they don't, Sarge. They say it's on both.
And then my second point was if if this statement if you read this statement for the words that are written there, right? It almost supports what you're saying with the fact that they mentioned DNA being taken from 3 locations on that sheath. It almost supports the argument that perhaps Brian and his father's DNA were on that sheath.
Yeah, I don't see that at all in there. What do you think there, 12 Gauge?
I'm with Clue on this one, and Cletus, and whoever else thought that. It's hard to really decipher it based on the lingo that they use. It's so confusing how it's written.
I don't think it is. Let me parse out where I think it's clear. The lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath, okay? Those two, when compared, identified a male as not being excluded as the biological of suspect profile. The profile that we know to be the suspect on the sheath is Brian Coburger.
But listen to what you just said. Identified a male as not being excluded as the dad.
Right. Of suspect profile. The suspect profile is that which they took from the sheath. The father is not a suspect.
Truth. Do you at least see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I also see what Sarge is saying. The problem with this is that they're not using proper English.
Right.
They're using a double negative.
Where?
And to me, that's misleading. I'm not sure why they're doing that. I know sometimes you try to be overly precise with how you write a report. The way I read this is that there was a DNA profile on the trash, in the trash. There was, and I'm assuming the trash was from the father's house, correct?
Yeah.
So that would have been the father's DNA.
Right. And then it says, and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath. So those two profiles would be the same. It says identified a male. What it should say is identified a male whose DNA matched that of the biological father of suspect profile.
Correct. Yeah.
That's what it should say.
And I think a simpler way to do it would for them to just say DNA profile obtained from the trash and suspect profile.
Well, it's saying that.
Then it would be clear, I think, personally.
I personally think this is saying that the father's DNA was on the sheath.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think they're all crazy, but that's okay.
I mean,
you're comparing two separate DNA samples.
But they're not, Sarge. They're not. You're not reading that first sentence right. A profile obtained from the trash and sheath identified the male as being the dad. Period. That's what that says. I don't care. You can't argue that. Is it poorly written? I'm sure.
Now,
but that is what it says.
The other side of this is it could be saying, and I would need to read the rest of the report. Just having that one little section doesn't help me a whole lot. But it could be saying that it was the suspect's DNA on both on the sheath, and it was discovered through the DNA of the father with matching characteristics. That would be the long way of saying that.
It probably wouldn't help you to read the rest of it because this is about the most factual statement in the entire document.
But you see what I'm saying? It could really be read. It's interesting how they wrote it. The double negative leads me to believe that someone didn't know how to write this report. Do we know who wrote the report?
Yeah,
Payne.
Yeah, Payne.
Okay.
I run into the wall of a few relevant pieces of information that are irrefutable, and that is they didn't arrest the father. They arrested the son. And what are they saying in here? They're saying that the trash collection identified a human being that would be the biological father of suspect profile. And what was the suspect profile? So take everything, go all the way back. Forget they're in Pennsylvania. The suspect profile before even going to Pennsylvania was, in their determination, Brian Coburger. Right? And so if they compared the sheath and they came up with it, well, our genealogy said Coburger, but my God, it's actually the father. They would have arrested the father. they wouldn't have arrested Brian and made the statement that the DNA they found identified him as the biological father of suspect profile.
Well,
I just can't parse how it could be the father on the sheath and in the trash. I just can't accept it. It doesn't. The reality didn't play out that way, and I don't see it written that way.
Is it possible that the knife came from the father's house?
There you go.
That would lead to his DNA being on it. Even it doesn't necessarily mean
so
the father could say, "Well, I gave this to Brian. Here's the picture of Christmas of me giving it to him."
Right.
Okay, but here's the problem: is folks is they say is not being excluded as the biological father. If the sheath DNA and his DNA were a match, it would state that. Unequivocally state that, and then you could make the argument that it came from the father's house. The kid was the user of the knife, but it doesn't say that. It says the trash DNA, in comparison to the knife DNA, shows a connection to the suspect that we already have in our head as being.
It does not say that. Nowhere are they saying comparison anywhere. Could the word comparison ain't in that sentence?
Well, this is a catch-22 because, like I said, where it says identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. Right. They knew that the trash was coming from the father's house, so the likelihood of his DNA being in that trash was high. You've said multiple times that they've used the genealogical side of things in this case, then it would only make sense that in order to kind of backdoor your suspect and get a DNA from him, especially if he wasn't willing to give it over, would be to use his father's DNA as a marker system to then to overlay the DNA from the scene or from the sheath or whatever else. And I forget now what it is. It's either 8 or 16 markers that have to match. And then you can relate that is a first generational DNA match, a second, a third, whatever. Right. Does that make sense?
But also just remember, we're talking about one DNA sample from a sheath.
That's what I was going to say, because it's the PCA.
Not the other. You're not talking about the other two. They're not telling us about them. But if they're saying that the sample that they collected indicates a connection to some kid, they thinking it's Coburger because of the other information they collected, and then they pull DNA from the father's trash and they look at his DNA and they say, well, these two DNAs are so close they have to be related, father son. Fair enough.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
If they would have pulled the trash DNA and compared it to the knife DNA and said, bingo, this is a match, this father is both in Pennsylvania and his DNA is on the knife that we think killed these kids, it's on the sheath, right? Why wouldn't they arrest the father?
Because let me tell you, I think this is a way that they really feel like they can pin this on Brian. Just because his dad's DNA is on there does not mean they think that he committed a crime.
Could this be what they're trying to hold up from the public getting a hold of?
Like I'm telling y'all, this statement reads, I don't give a shit when anybody says go back to English class in 8th grade if you cannot understand what that's saying. Period. End of story. I can't help you. You're not on my level. But I am telling you that sentence reads, the dad's fucking DNA was on the sheath and the trash. If they wrote it wrong, cool. However, I don't think they did. I think that they literally are trying to show not just Brian, but your daddy's DNA was on this. It's yours. You did it.
It could be the reason why they're trying to keep things sealed. That could definitely put somebody in major physical jeopardy if it got out there and misinformed the wrong way. I mean, I think it kind of lines up with your conversation earlier of why would they. I mean, at the end of the day, it may end up being that the person that's the, anonymous source could be his father.
Well, at the end of the day, I think they have to explain this statement, because one huge problem I have with it that creates a question is you say the DNA profile obtained from the sheath, right? Now, you've already clarified in the beginning of the document that you retrieved a single source male DNA from the button snap of the sheath and its suspect profile. That's just what you call it. So if you're referring to that same suspect profile, why not use that? And then the part that sort of disputes multiple profiles is the fact that they use the word the DNA profile, not a DNA profile. So it's a word salad no matter which way you look at it, but it's something that they definitely need to clarify.
I mean, it
And
might be the magic door that seals the case, right? You have his DNA on it, and then you come through and say, okay, let's just say we had something wrong. Here's a match of the father's DNA over this DNA to show paternal relation, which would then show possession of that DNA.
But Brian's paternal relation can't be part of that analysis. If the sheath and the trash match, there should be no comparison to the suspect profile. In other words, it should be that simple to say. And then Clue's point would be 100% accurate, that the DNA on the sheath is not Brian Coburger's, it's his daddy's. You see?
I don't know.
It would be very simple to make that point, that the DNA profile obtained from the trash and the sheath match, right? Not that they identify him as being somebody's father, but that they in fact match, which would say that knife came from that home. And Brian Coburger brought that knife with him and used it in the murder.
Let's go down the road of reasonable doubt for just a second, regardless of who did it, right?
Right.
You say that there's documentation that states 3 different locations on that sheath, right? They don't specify that they only found one source of DNA on the sheath. They say they retrieved a single source male DNA from the snap. That doesn't eliminate the rest of the sheath. That's just the only one they mention. And you found 2 other sources of male DNA in the house. So then why does this statement read vaguely and potentially imply that you had multiple sources, but you don't refer to them in the PCA, yet you do in other documentation? I feel like that creates an opportunity for doubt.
Well, it also depends on when the paperwork came out into the investigation.
This paperwork came out pretty damn early if you look at the dates they're talking about.
Yeah,
it came out right after the arrest, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, they had this information on December 27th, and they arrested him on December 29th.
I'm just telling you,
December 30th. I'm sorry.
The bigger red flag for me is how fast a DNA comparison came back.
Right, but it went all the way to Idaho from Pennsylvania.
Right,
and
that's
then
what that would be is that would be put into a courier van and protected and shipped by a courier. They wouldn't obviously go in the mail with that. So getting it there would take 6 hours? Then you've got
in a van?
Yeah.
It took them how many?
It was a 10-hour flight for them to extradite him from Pennsylvania back to Moscow.
Well, in that case, they may have flown it. They may not have taken it in a van, but either way, they would personally deliver it.
They could have brought it to Quantico. They could have brought it to Virginia. Or do they say they took it to Idaho?
No, they say Idaho. Right?
Yeah, they would have. I'm sure they flew that in. Yeah, I want to see how this comes out because in fact, if this comes out to be as I understand it, as I read it, then we know Clue did not even get near the fucking 8th grade. Okay.
That is bullshit.
I don't think Truth knows that Brian was at the house when this all took place. So when they went through the trash, why did they not go after Brian's trash? Why did they have to go through the father's?
Right. Thank you. And they saw him separating it and putting it in the neighbor's trash. Then to go get it. You know what I mean?
And not only that, they were following him on his way back home with his father in the car. There was plenty of trash thrown out, I'm sure, during that car ride. So why it makes absolutely no sense to then go dig in the trash at the family home when
it does make
they
sense.
They could have swabbed his apartment for DNA.
Well, and hold on, because the following him is an assumption, right? We don't know for a fact they followed him. We know they saw his car in Loma, Colorado. They retrieved that later. we know that they know he was stopped in Indiana twice, which they found out later. So I get that, you know, it looks like they were following him. I don't really disagree with it, but we don't know that that's fact either.
Yeah,
But I
that's
mean,
true.
here's the thing. You would go if you saw a suspect or someone you assume to be a suspect doing irrational things like putting trash into a neighbor's trash can or separating out trash, then that's an act of guilt.
I agree.
My whole
So
thing
that would
is
be a big.
why didn't they swab the apartment for trace DNA or anything like
Because they
that?
didn't have an arrest warrant at that point.
They wouldn't have needed it.
Well, in truth, I got to disagree. It's an act of suspicion, but not necessarily guilt.
Well, okay, enough for it to be investigated.
Well, and
Enough for
that's
you to go and
ultimately my
retrieve that.
point of this whole thing is I think absolutely all day they had enough to go get a search warrant for his DNA. Hell, search the house, search his phone. But they didn't. They arrested him and then did that.
Right. And that's where another issue. I've always had an issue with the fact that they claim that none of the genealogical work was used in his arrest, when in fact, this whole situation appears to be based completely on DNA.
Yes,
and
agreed.
leading to him through genealogical work, right?
So then it can't be you can't give a tip when the whole case is based on that.
I just find it a little suspicious that they went did it this way, and all the things that these others have said. Why didn't they swab his door handle of his car? Why didn't they swab the handle of his apartment door? Why didn't they just bring the kid in question and get a DNA sample? They interviewed how many people, but the person that for some reason becomes your prime suspect never comes under, or you never make contact with this person. He drives a white Elantra. You had every reasonable expectation to engage this gentleman. Even the guy that owns the Elantra wouldn't be. I mean, how could you not expect to be questioned if they called out, a blazer like Clue drives? Would she be
You didn't
surprised?
want to tip him off that he was being framed?
No, the police just didn't seem to investigate the guy, and they depended solely on genealogical work to move their case forward. That's
And
what it
then
looked
called
like.
that a tip.
Yeah, and protected the tip.
Yeah, that's fishy.
Right. And I can't wait to see how this works out. Because I see that as they shouldn't even have mentioned biological father. If the father's DNA was on that sheath and the trash DNA matched that DNA from the sheath exactly, then I would see them saying that. It's clearly that the profile on the sheath and the profile from the trash are a match.
Well, that's not even what it's saying. It's just saying it's not
I know.
Outruled. Like what's the word they say? It's saying it's not excluded. They're not saying it is either. The excluded word, not excluded, is an interesting way to put it. Because I would figure if it was a match or direct match, they would say it is. I wouldn't use the word not being excluded. That leaves question and not definite.
Well, again, if I take my DNA and put it on a sheath, and then you go collect my garbage and compare my garbage to that sheath, okay, it's going to match. There's going to be no ambiguity there. But if I have my DNA on something and you're trying to collect trash from my parents' house and you pick up my father's DNA, there's going to be a match, but it won't be an exact match. There will be a markers to tell you. It's like they do when they do DNA. They can tell you, people like me, they can tell you who your parents are, even if you don't know their names, who your relatives are. They connect you based on the amount of markers that are in there.
Right.
And so if your marker there's no ambiguity. If you got 8 markers as a human and you test the sheath in the trash and 8 markers of 8 markers match, that is the person. If only 6 of the markers match, that is a relative. You see? And so when I read that, that's why I have a hard time with this. And when I read it, I'm reading that they identified somebody that had enough markers to be the dad versus the actual sample from the sheath. They were that close.
Let me ask you a question unrelated to the DNA.
All right.
In truth, this is for you. So on November 29th, you have a gentleman's name that matches that's he matches the description given by an eyewitness at the scene, and his vehicle matches the vehicle that's suspect vehicle 1. Why would you reasonably wait until December 23rd to pull cell phone records for his phone number?
You're asking me what would be the reason?
Yeah.
Maybe to see what communication continued afterwards, to see if there was self-snitching.
So you would wait until December. You would wait almost an entire month to pull records at all.
If I was investigating it, putting myself in that position, yeah, I would probably wait as long as possible to possibly find out if that person communicated with other people who may have been a part of it.
Well, let me ask you in fairness though, whether they had other suspects and other people with Elantras, is it possible that that delay was just working down a list of suspects? Please.
I mean, so the thing, I guess truth's perspective on it has given me something to chew on, but I look at it as you're not notifying him of the search warrant of his cell phone records. So to me, if you're hot in pursuit and really pushing to try and find the guy that did this or the people that did this, and you find you get notified on November 29th of a person that matches the description and owns the car that you're looking at, why wouldn't you execute a search warrant for his cell phone records right then? And then if you want to watch him execute another one later on.
Then, well, 2 reasons. One, you've tipped him off, and so the likelihood of him continuing communication, or vice versa, someone continuing communication with him.
Let me hold on though, because the search warrant that was executed on December 23rd, he was not notified of. So how would you tip him off?
If you took his phone?
No, not his phone. The cell phone company's records for his phone number.
Yeah, I mean, you could get that. I think that people think that the physical messages and things like that are a lot easier to get than and I don't really want to get into that. I know it is possible, but there's a lot of steps that you have to go through to get that much information, right?
Yeah.
So that would take time. And it could take up to 30 days to get that type of information, right? Or even to get a warrant together to get that type of information.
Well, all right. So here's what they state, right? On December 23rd, they executed the warrant. That afternoon, they got the results that led them through working with, or consulting with an FBI CAS team member, led them to conclude that his phone was either put in airplane mode or turned off at a certain time, and came back on reporting to the network at 2 hours later.
Well, then that tells me that they had the proper warrant to get instant information, right?
Yeah.
And not have to wait for it to be approved by the carrier, which means that they were in contact with the carrier well before the warrant was issued. I mean, and at the end of the day, even with all that, you would expect for them to have more evidence. No disrespect to the investigators, but you're going to some pretty interesting extremes to obtain information without directly getting the information, which to me would seem much easier. And it almost feels like a little bit of so much information overload that it muddies shit up.
Okay.
But
guys, I'm out of here. Thank you for having me on the panel. Sorry.
11 plus 1. Thanks for coming.
Bye,
Blue,
Gage. Bye.
Cletus, Wall, Truth.
Bye.
All
have
you
a good
guys.
one.
You too.
Good night.
That's a good question, though, Cletus. Like, I get your reasoning for the question. I wish there was more information that I could go off of with it. I just feel like there's a whole lot of shady shit, and I'm not a fan of throwing law enforcement under the bus, but even on a forensic side of things, and I'm not talking about electronic forensics, the fact that the scene was so disrupted That's bothersome, man. You're and the fact that you're literally putting another human's life on the line, and it doesn't seem like they handled the physical forensics well at all.
Well, but I mean, like you said, right? It's not a matter of attacking law enforcement, but questioning what they did. It would be an injustice not to.
Oh, for sure. And once again, like I said earlier, they're just humans.
Right.
And you may get an investigator that's having a bad day, who's going through a divorce in their personal life, XYZ PDQ, and then you immediately put them into this position where they have to stop thinking about their actual life and start thinking about the life of someone else. And sometimes you get half-assed results because of that.
I think she's actually targeting that when she keeps repeating the statement. I have yet to understand how they came to my client. And I think the point she's trying to press is that it was their genealogical work that directed them to her client, and they argued that it had nothing to do with it. So that's still in limbo as to how they came to Brian Coburger. And when you look at the dates, some of the dates you're putting out there, Cletus, are probably adding to her questions. When you notice how quick the DNA test was done, boom. Mm-hmm. You notice when they went for the phone records. What prompted them to go for those phone records on the 23rd?
Well,
why, you're right. Why the wait? What caused them to go after Coburger?
And it's real easy to draw the line between when they went for the phone records and when Othram invoiced. I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard that Othram's invoice for the the S&P profile was on December 29th. Right? And it's one of those things that it's really not that hard to draw the connection there.
Well, that's what we all assumed, is that's when the damn IDG came back. Right. Because they knew about him on the 29th of November. They didn't act on it in any way. Yeah. But all of a sudden, the 23rd, it's like, whoa, okay. Yeah. He is the guy. Right.
Right. See, and then another, it took a month from Othram's identity, but and that's what I mean. It seems impossible for it not to be that drove the investigation, the IGG work, and IGG work that nobody will ever see because it's hidden behind a black box.
Yeah, I bet there's going to be some changes after this with that.
Well, and it also goes a long way in pointing at the IGG as being the confidential informant, or the process of the IGG and whoever was in charge of that, which is the FBI, right? As that being the confidential informant. It's not fact, but it's a reasonable. Reasonable target. Yeah.
Well, forever to be unsolved until it's solved, and maybe forever to be unknown who did the crime in perpetuity.
Forever to be unproven.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can make a million arguments that Coburger did it, even though they're facts that they're alleging can't be proven.
Right.
Still doesn't eliminate him as doing it.
Right.
I don't disagree with that at all. That argument could be made pretty easily. So, but that isn't the argument we're faced with.
Well, it's one of those things that I look back on it because this was my entry into this whole mess of true crime, and I wonder if we hadn't spent so much time arguing his innocence or guilt, but arguing facts versus unfounded accusations, would we where would we be right now with this?
Yeah. Well, and where is it going to be after this next hearing? And what are they hiding in the hearing? Why is they all got? Yes, all of this stuff will pan out.
Anytime court systems go to making things secret, private, and behind closed doors, it always throws up a bad feeling for me because I just don't think that shows that we have confidence in our judicial system. And frankly, most of us don't have, confidence in our judicial system. And that's not even a dig. That's just reality.
Clue. Ann Taylor did say that there's 2 other unidentified male DNAs. There's 3 other male DNAs that are unidentified by the prosecution.
Right.
Only one was identified. So the reason that just popped in, I'm sorry?
2 inside, 1 outside, and it says
right.
Here,
so that would preclude any of those DNAs being attached to the trash collection.
That's
See,
true.
fresh connection can't be tied to those other 3 DNAs.
Right.
So then I guess it couldn't be the dad's DNA on the actual sheath.
I don't guess. I don't really. What are they? I don't know what they're really asking.
What?
I don't think she's following you.
Okay, so there's 4 DNAs, 3 unidentified, and one they call suspect, right? Suspect DNA, right? Suspect's profile.
Correct.
So what I'm saying is, you had said in the discussion about that statement that you had up there, that the father could be one of the other DNAs on the knife, but that can't be, because we've been told that the other 3 are unidentified. So
Correct.
my point is, you're left with one source of DNA on the sheath, which is the suspect's DNA, which would be Coburger. Brian, not see. That's what I'm. This has gone on me why I come to some of the reason I come to. If the other 3 can't be connected to his father, then we're left with only one source of DNA on the sheet that they do have. And when they compared it to the father, they're saying it ain't him, but he's the dad of the person that left this DNA. That's why I'm seeing what I'm seeing there, because we already know the other 3 were accounted for in as much as unidentified.
It just sounds like they did a backdoor genealogy on him.
Yeah.
Thank you. I get what you're saying, Sarge, but I'm telling you, if you look at that sentence from a strictly English, how you're supposed to write English, etc. point of view, that shit states the DNA on the sheet and the trash were the dad. Period. You cannot argue that. I think what you're arguing is what we know happened, but I'm telling you the way they wrote it ain't right.
Well, the DNA in the trash is the father's. Then nobody's disputing that. That's 100%.
Yeah.
So it makes you wonder how they also put the dad on the sheet too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's badly written. It's very backwards.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I think a defense, like, I don't know. It's really weird, right?
It is.
Everything they've done is to be to any type of standard or any kind of like written by the book procedures, like somebody
right.
Well,
right?
unfortunately, it sounds like a police department that's never dealt with a multi-person homicide.
Well, in effect to that, can I ask you, what do you think of this, Truth? Why would you choose? Because there's detectives, and I mean, there's some seasonal officers in that area in Moscow, Idaho, but they chose Detective or Officer Payne, who has 2 years in the force, to lead the investigation.
That has everything to do with departmental. I mean, it may very well have been it was his turn to take the next case.
Could be that simple, or it could be their lead investigators have issues when it comes to other cases. Brady Gigolo.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't put too much thought into that side of it.
Okay. I just need perspective on it.
Oh, for sure. Listen, guys, I've had a blast talking to y'all. I'm going to bed. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming up, Truth Not Feelings.
Night.
You know, it seems like everybody eventually slides down the the cock tower.
We're old. We're old.
Yeah, I'm tired myself.
Yeah.
And look, it's been awesome. We even got a return of the co-host and Queen of Moderation. That was a big deal, the back half of the show, right?
Yay.
Hello.
They're the ass end of the show on your Ass Hurts News Network. Breaking news: Cletus and Clue have become the ass end of the show.
That's fitting, because Cletus is an ass.
Damn. Well, you know, it's not that hard to believe, Carrot Cake Boy. I think she hung up. No, I got her.
Me too. Have a good night.
Got her. Be good, all.